to, ako yung kanyang pinapauna. Pero sabi ko, ba't ako? Hindi naman ako leader. Alam niya namang marksman user ako, kaya gustong gusto akong maging scorer. Grabe, ayoko talagang maging tank, sobrang bagal. Lagi kasi akong wali sa maumate kabong eksena. Para akong na dumadating, pagtapos na yung gera. Pero okay lang, kahit uli, mayroon naman akong mga gandang nagagawa. Katulad ng pagbalibag na makulit na bata. Dito guys, gusto ko sanang gayahin yung napanood ko sa video. Yung first skill, second skill, play ka sabay ulti. Grabe, ang galing, hindi umabot. Pero okay lang yan. Sabi nga nila, hindi ka matututo kung hindi ka lagimbo. Dito guys, nakita ko yung bulate namin pinagtutulungan. Tignan nyo, apat yung kalaban. Gustong gusto ko siyang lapitan, kaso hindi pa ako insured. Daratok si expert, siguradong kill secured. Grabe, pagsambot ko nga sa kanya, dinagit ng agila. Yan ang masasabi kong tunay na kaesera. Dito guys, yung panigads namin nagpangitang gilas na naman. Kaso kasamang palad, wala siyang nasabitan. After niya humandusay, nabol kami dito ni Sipon. Masyado nagmamatapang, kaya walang awa kong binalembang. Grabe, sobrang lakas talaga ng bagong no hero. Kaso kinakabahan ako, baka dito na ako mapulpo. Tignan niyo naman kasi, walang awa. Grabe, ang lupit, balibag bata. Naku, isipin niyo na pag ginamit kita kay Nana. Siguradong basamaan lalabas sa bunganga. Dito guys, nakita ko si Sipon, meron na namang sinapian. Kasi yung dragon, sobrang kunat ng katawan. Madali nga lang namin siya na itumba. Kasi makakampi ko, agad-agad drumeta. Nang hindi ako inaantay. Sayang nga lang, hindi ko naabutan tong si Hanabi. Pero natumba naman namin, hinakalunok ng LPG. After that, pagkatapos uuwi na sana ako. Kasi isang to, medyo makulit, hindi nadadala. Kaya hintog mulo doon aking pinakita. Dito guys, isipan ko muna humigop ng buhay. Mahirap kasi pumasok, ayokong magarutay. Kaso nga lang, hindi ko na matiis yung aking kakampi. Ayaw kasing nakikitang pinumukbang sila ng mga enemy. Kaya eto, bahala na. Mabuhay lang yung dalawa. Dito guys, nakita ko yung mangkukulam na gumanda. Hinahabon ni X-Burge. Wala nga akong nagawa. Pero wag kang mag-alala. Maghihiganti kita. Pinindot ko nga kaagad yung aking ulti. Kasi isang to, may sapusa. Para nakadalawang ages, yung walang iya. Pinilit ko pa nga rin makipaglaban kahit yung kaliskis ko, naiinitan. Buti na nga lang, dumating na iba kong kakampi. Kaya siguradong tapos ang kinabuhi. Tipi. Dito guys, nakita ko yung core nila, nangangalahati na. Gusto ko nga sanang itumba.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera. HP racing, may reset up. Built na kitang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay na ito. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Sa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Sa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala kasang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my own, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. Sumatawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Anong gusto nyo? Yung busy kayo pero kayo yung naglalaro? O hindi kayo busy pero pinapanood nyo yung mga tao na alam nyo kaya nyo mapunta sa posisyon na yon?
Grabe mga young gods. Current din yun yung mga Onic. Hindi yun old gods eh.
Maligayang pagbabalik dito lamang sa MPL Arena. Ako, si Ans Galeria. And this is your very own Odin, and I'm so glad to be back here with you, Hans, on stage. Alam mo, every week ko talaga namimiss ang MPL Arena.
Mismo, lalo na't nakakalagpas na tayo ng kalahati. Sabi ko kasi mismo, tas mismo. Pero yun na nga, nakakalagpas na kasi tayo ng kalahati ng regular season at hindi lang yun kasi malapit na rin ang pagbungad sa atin ng playoffs.
Tapusin ba naman natin last week na merong streak na naputol? That's when Season 14 rivals Onic Philippines won over Aurora Gaming sa kanilang rematch.
Alam mo na, sabi rin kasi ng Onic Philippines dun sa mga nakaraan nilang interview na babawian talaga namin lahat ng mga tumalo sa amin ng first round at sakto. Kasi yung makakalaban nila para sa kanilang unang serye ay walang iba kundi ang Team Falcons, isa sa mga tumalo sa kanila ng first round.
Woo! Talagang magiging intense ang ating matches for today. So everyone, get your game face on. Hindi na ako makapaghintay na makita at ilabas ang lakas ng Pinas. Dito lang yan sa
MPL Philippines Season 15!
Around the world and on home soil, these teams have proven what it means to experience Lakas ng Pinas. We're opening up with our star match. Leo at your service. This is Ingan and Renmar Santa Cruz bringing you the action. Welcome to Week 6.
We're already in week number 6 and the playoffs bracket are starting to shape up. We've already seen 2 teams secure their spot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to be able to see another one secure their slot in today. There is a high chance that might happen, but of course we got to get through the action first.
Numbers are a interesting game to play, and later on we will reveal exactly what the numbers to gain are for you to secure those slots in the upcoming playoffs later this year. I'd reckon you guys know the busy calendar we have in the MLB esports world, but before that we would like to remind everyone that you can play like a pro with the Infinix GT20 Pro, the MPL tournament phone.
And of course, you can grab yours now and use the voucher code INFIMPL to get up to 1,000 pesos off and exclusive freebies.
With GT20 Pro, hashtag sigurado ang lakas sa laro.
Once again, that is Infinix, MPL Philippines official tournament phone, the exact phone that our athletes on stage are using. And if I'm not mistaken, our super fans are using out in Patsiklaban.
Yeah, for sure.
Also, we want you to level up your savings for an epic tomorrow.
You can open a hashtag save up account today via the BPI app, one ID, and in just 5 minutes, you already have your own account.
Plus, you have a chance to win 1,250 diamonds. So don't miss out on this amazing deal. It's now easier to save, and your in-game experience will even be more epic. You save in real life, you get diamonds in your account. I mean, no, that's a great deal. A more epic tomorrow. Open it with BPI.
Dare I say mythic, nay, an immortally great deal coming at you from BPI at 1250. 1250. That's a good pool for an upcoming event.
Yeah, it is. It is.
You know what I'm saying? Ladies and gentlemen, we want to let y'all know exactly where we are in the league right now. It is week 6, and currently the scoreboard looks as such. Brought to us by Infinix.
Man, I mean, in just a week number 5, we already saw Onic, the defending champions, take over Falcon, now at the 3rd place.
Yeah, we have a 3-way in the bottom of the brackets, and it's not going to be a fun-looking one. It looks like it's going to be an absolutely bloody one. Twisted Minds, Omega, AP Bren, all standing at 1 match point, separated by 1 to 3 net game wins. So the battle for that last playoff slot at 6 once we get there should be a very, very difficult ride for those bottom 3, because Falcons and TNC, dare I say, they have a pretty comfortable gap, and they are pretty close already securing their playoff slots.
A Mexican standpoint in the worst ways. I'm telling y'all, folks, it's brutal down there. Literally only one of them can walk away and join the playoffs. Is it going to be AP Bren, the rookies from the MDL? Is it going to be Smart Omega, or is it going to be Twisted Minds? The discussion for all of this starts now. Tonight, you can witness the matchup between 2 world champions. That's a star match of the week. Onic PH versus Team Falcons PH. And then we're closing off with the best of 3 between Aurora and AP Bren.
Ooh, I'm excited because the first time these 2 teams duked it out in the land of dawn, it was actually Team Falcons who came up on top with a 2-1 victory over the defending champs.
Yeah, it was a happy day for Falcon guys like me.
Like me!
Like you too. But I'm also an Onic guy. Apparently I'm a guy for everything now. But Onic and Falcons, yeah, that should be hot. As Aurora and AP Bren, I think Aurora's fire somewhat dampened a little bit after having their streak broken by the defending champions, Onic Philippines. However, to say that they will not be a challenge for AP Bren, I feel like is false. AP Bren definitely need to step up even more if they want to be able to take a series win against Aurora and get even closer to getting that playoff slot.
You know what? I'm going to put my heart on my sleeve and tell you all that in the forecast, I did say Onic was going to take it 2-1. I don't know now how sure I am, because seeing the young men in black and green, they seem to be just locked in. They seem to be focused. Is that just me, or are they more in their skin now than ever?
I mean, I can't say it for sure now, but later on during the mic check, that's where I'm going to say if they're really confident. Because so far, they're always like this, you know, heads up, chests out, and guns out.
Yeah, always like that. Always like that with their guns. Always up there.
Here is that magic number, 7 points. Whoever makes it to 7 points is confirmed for the playoffs after the aforementioned teams locked in last week. So who's it going to be? Who's it going to be between Onic PH and Team Falcons PH? Better and greater than ever. You see how we did that?
Yeah. 2
of the trilogy in the greatest series in M are in action here tonight.
Yeah, and you talked about a game of numbers at the top of the show. Well, it's a game of numbers between M5, M6, racing to 7. If you want even more numbers, I'm pretty sure even more going to be laid down in front of you later on because we got stats galore for this day.
And not just stats, we also have a very special guest coming in to join us in the pre-match discussion. Y'all know him, y'all love him. No, he's not an import from Indonesia. It's your very own Bentings.
What's up, Benting?
Woo!
Hey! What's up? Hello po!
Sir Ben!
And we also have the English stream with us. Hello, guys. Hello, guys.
Hello!
Ayan,
Hello, guys.
Bentings, kamusta ka naman? Anong kinabibisihan mo ngayon?
Eto, content creator era. Pinanagutan ko na yung Ben Tips.
Oo nga pala yung Ben Tips. And ano yung thoughts mo sa MPL Philippines so far?
Una, nakakagulat yung mga example yung Twisted Minds, very surprising yung performance nila. First half, parang lagi one-sided, then ngayon, lagi nadikit na.
Sir Ben, lampas kalahati na tayo ngayon sa Season 15. May iba ba mga sorpresa na na-enjoy from the first half?
Yung tinatawag natin na chop suey meta. Para nausa na siya sa XP lane, prepare defensive item first before the first core item. Then, I won't be surprised anymore if Mage and Gold do it the same.
Wow.
Like Parsa with the Dreadnought.
Oh! Very interesting, ha?
Then, last yung Kalia combo. Tignan natin kung may magko-combo ng Carmilla, Kalia, Louie, yung mga nauso sa TikTok.
Naglalatag ng technique.
Dami na banggit, ha?
Dami ng Ben Tips ka agad.
Marami, ha? Pero by the way, Sir Bentings, sa upcoming match natin between Onic Philippines and Team Falcons, ito kasi ay labanan na to sa kanilang playoff spot, eh. Ano ba yung na-expect mo dito sa matchup na to?
Ayun, tulad ng sabi nyo, grand finals ulit yung mangyayari dito. Bali, labasan ng alas. Feeling ko, drafting matters to. Denying pick like Chu, Johead, paunahan kung sino yung makakauna. Paghawak mo kasi yung dalawang hero na to na Chu, Johead. Pag nawa kami early, tuloy-tuloy na to. Tapos, discipline, Lord dance lang talaga.
Bentings, ano naman tingin mong role head-to-head yung pinaka magiging crucial sa tapatan ng Onic tsaka Team Falcons?
Roamer talaga, Roamer. Kasi kung makikita nyo, napansin ko dito sa Onic, bumabalik na sila sa fast-paced na laro nila. Kaya nakabalik na rin talaga sila sa win streak. Then si Ogwen, yun yung adjustment niya. Pumipick na siya ng Joe, tapos siyempre Johead. Early pace talaga, Roamer yung magiging
Roamer talaga.
Oo.
Yung aabangan. Feeling ko na nalagyan na ng tinamaan ng abysmal araw.
Nag-Winter Crown.
Ayan.
Ng Winter Crown.
Ano ulit? Yung we stopped at Rome. Yung mga sa mga roamers.
naputol ba yung kanina?
Yung sa roamers.
Bali yun nga, magkakaroon ng kung sino yung magdikta ng early game. Kaya makikita natin yung Johead sobrang napipick na ngayon. Kung sino yung hawak ng Johead, sila yung lalamang sa early. Tapos, yung flexible pick ng mga Joe, kanino mapupunta kayo, flop ba or sa dalawang roamer talaga para mahawakan yung early game. Tapos sa late game, discipline Lordanza lang talaga.
Bentings, meron akong tanong kasi ngayon napag-uusapan na natin yung Onic Philippines. And even though naging dominating yung kanilang prior season, which is yung season 14 na pinanalo ng Onic Philippines, with respect to their brothers in Indonesia, yung Onic, dahil medyo hindi rin ganun kaganda yung naging start ng team na yon. Do you think they've finally found their footing with their import? Dahil kakasali lang ni Ryota sa Onic.
Pili ko magiging maganda yung addition or naging maganda na talaga yung addition with Ryota, no? Especially ako mismo, minamata ko talaga si Ryota na isa sa mga galing na explain. Makikita mo yung rotation, sacrificing the lane to rotate in the gold lane, mid lane. As yung kung paano maglaro nga yung Onic Indonesia, Onic rather, may pinanood ako yung connection ng mid ni Kiboy and ni Ryota. Sobrang smooth sa turtle fight.
Para mas naging swabe na yung laro nila in addition. So parang it's almost the same with Onyx progress na rin this season and for Onic Philippines.
Yeah, and alam naman natin, Ben, things that upcoming after this week of MPL Philippines is the Mobile Masters for the Snapdragon Pro Series. So we've talked about 3 teams, Onic Philippines, Onic from Indonesia, and Team Falcons. What are your expectations for them in the upcoming Mobile Masters?
Yung sa Onic PH, expect ko mag-stick lang sila sa 5-man lineup talaga. Di ba dati, maalala natin, pinasok si Miles.
Yeah.
Tapos nagkaroon ng adjustment, hindi sila nakakuha ng momentum. Buti, nakabalik pa sila din nag-champion. Tapos expect ko na more on hero composition. Kasi lately, yung Onic PH, alam naman natin, ang dami nilang pinag-championan. Siyempre, nakamatar pa rin talaga yung lahat ng team. Kaya nababasa talaga yung drafting pattern.
Okay. So, real quick though, I just want to ask, do you feel that the Filipino representatives, they'll be able to make it to the playoffs for Mobile Masters?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. There we go.
Page number 1.
Now na nag-set ka na ng standards, being a PH number 1, eto, fearless forecast naman, Ben Things. Ano ang power rankings mo for SPS Mobile Masters 2025? Sino ang nasa tuktok para sa'yo?
Tignan natin kung lalabas ba dito yung... Kung wala, may notes naman tayo dito. Siyempre yung The Kings pa din natin, Onic PH, RRQ, and the Dominators na rilabas na. RRQ and Onic PH.
Yeah.
Tapos yung challenger natin, syempre hindi mawala yung Team Falcons. Inantay ko talaga mabalik yung prime ng Falcons dito, Team PH Falcons. Tapos syempre yung The Fearless, bagong-bago to, Aurora Turkey. Ito sila Rosa, kung familiar tayo lahat. Then Team Liquid ID, syempre bigla nang surprise. Sila yung nakalaban ng Onic PH, no? Last tournament sa Grand Finals. Yung The Rising Star ko, nilagay ko dito si Bigitron Alpha and Onic Esports. Hindi dahil bago pa lang sila. Kumbaga, pag nakuha nila yung momentum with the new players, Ryota and Saber, Gold Lane, then si Light and Eman, pag nakuha na yung timpla, asama mo na tataas talaga or lilipad talaga to. Tapos yung mga dark horses natin, from MENA, tapos A7, from China, yung Vibin game. May mga...
Now that we know what your power rankings look like, please, imbitahan natin ang lahat ng Pilipinong nanonood na manood at sumuporta sa Mobile Masters and lagay ka ng English para mag-gets ng mga ibang nanonood para gets nila.
Yan.
Ayan, yan ang challenging sa akin. Hello guys, ini-invite ko kayo na panood natin SPS Mobile Master. Nagaganap sa Jakarta, Indonesia, starting on April 7. And then yung Europe, MENA, Turkey, Latam, and China. And yun lang, scan the QR code and buy your tickets now.
Thank you so much, Ben Things. Baka may gusto ko pang batiin bago tayo magtapos.
Shout sa mga kabataan dyan. Maano ulam.
Thank you so much, Ben Things. Also to Leo Ingan and Redmar. Thank you so much.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
See you.
See you guys in a bit.
Okay.
You know what?
Oo.
He did try. He did say scan the QR code, and I'm sure everyone around the world understands that.
Yeah. He also said invited.
Yeah.
And he said
He named
the
some
dates.
He named some regions and countries.
Yeah.
The regions and the teams. If you didn't get it from that, then y'all got to work on picking up context clues.
But the most important thing is he said that PH is still #1.
And that's
what matters.
how long we've been dominating. You should have gotten that even if it was in Filipino. Real quick, we're asking y'all, Prime versus Prime, who you with? Who you got? Kelra or Super Marco?
Yo, that's tough for me because one guy literally in his prime of primes became bulletproof.
Yeah.
In his prime of primes became god of the gold lane. But bulletproof is somewhat godly as well. It's too tough. Too tough for me. I back out from this. I can't.
You abstain?
I abstain. It's too difficult.
Hey.
Same. I'm gonna abstain with my Calbro. I'm not gonna pick.
I'm kidding. Super Marco all the way. Team Falcons, baby.
Then I'm going Kelra all the way. Kelra, let's go!
You only said that just to battle me.
I don't get it. You know what? Just use your battle remotes and put this where it matters. It's available in store right now until August 5th. It's just 109 diamonds.
And you can get a lot of emotes like Aurora's, TLPH's, Twisted Minds, and if you haven't gotten them yet, Onic, Omega, and TNC's battle emotes also are making a return.
This is the best way to softly, very softly, talk trash to your opponents in-game. Show your support for your favorite MPL team and buy them now at the in-game shop. Imagine getting savaged by some random dude and he brings up a sorry uwu. That hurts. That's emotional damage. You can't recover from that.
Sorry, uwu. Ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and grab it now. You can even gift it to your friends. They can request for it, vice versa.
Yeah.
So check your inbox and maybe throw a request in for Ingan.
What from me?
You got a lot of diamonds.
No, I lost all. I didn't even get the alpha skin. Was it Acid Gothic?
He recharged 50,000 diamonds
That's
a day.
not true. That's not true.
So please message Ingan in all social media.
Okay.
It's a Revenant of Roses, by the way.
It's a crime to lie on broadcast.
He would know.
Yeah, I would know.
Yeah, you would know. You would know that.
The poll is still standing, by the way, folks. Still vote. Is it bulletproof? Is it God in the gold lane? There are a lot of arguments for either, but tonight it comes down to the match. It comes down to who makes it to the playoffs first. One match win scores you the slot in the playoffs. One more chance to get to either defend your international crown or get these boys over and try again at EWC. For now, let's welcome them. What's a match without the players?
MPL Arena, please welcome to the stage our marshals to officiate this game, Joshua, Chico, David, and Juvin. The Sonics are on a revenge spree, but can they find retribution against the soaring Falcons? It's Onic Philippines versus Team Falcons. The EXP laners, Kirk, and the EXP laner of the week, Flap Tizzy. Nice haircut, Flap. In the jungle, King Kong, and the jungler of the week, Kyle Tizzy. The mid laners, Super Friends, and Few. The Rovers, Brusco, and Ogwen. Winning today. And the Gold Laners, Player of the Week, Kelra, and Super Marco. And welcome their coaches, Coach Why Not and Coach Trevor.
Umpisa na natin ang laban sa palagan pa lang. Kelra, Super Marco, step forward. Sa una, o bato-bato pick na kayo kasi isang bagsakan na lang. 1, 2, 3. Super Marco. Paano ka makakasiguro na hindi sila makakabawi? Ano ang palag mo?
Wala akong palag eh.
Gets ka namin doon, boy! Pick up! Kelra, paano naman kayo babawi? Ano naman ang palag mo?
Wala akong palag pero basta kayang-kaya ko i-bench si Flap.
Di pala ikaw ang kaaway. Fist bump, gentlemen. Team Falcons, Onic PH. Simulan na natin ang laban. Falcons Nest, Sonics, magingay tayo lahat para sa unang serye ng araw na ito. This battle is about to get started. Casters, balik sa inyo.
I would like to see Kelra try to bench flap. Let's talk about this roster. Ingan, the M6 World Champions.
You know, after losing to TOPH in week number 3, they're on a roll with a 5-game winning streak. It looks like they finally found their footing, especially since King Kong is looking like the beast once again in his own jungle.
And the Monster Mage has looked even more monstrous, especially when him and Brusco have this connection locked in. They're back to their deadly duo ways.
You know what? I dare to speak to the contrary, but we'll talk about that later because they're facing off against the M5 World Champions, Team Falcons.
I highly doubt Kelra can actually bench the monster in the far left, which is Flap TZ. He's gotten bulkier and bulkier with each season, and his role has become more demanding, as was even presented by Ben Thinks earlier. EXP laning is so demanding now because you have to be able to play a multitude of roles and a multitude of heroes. So it's going to be important to see how Flap TZ is going to be able to balance this out.
All right, looking at the spider graph here, Onic plays in the early while Falcons play in the late. This rings true especially in the jungle, which is why I would dare say King Kong has a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
Kyle Teasy, even in the early days of Season 15, has had exceptional Lord control. King Kong, he's working on his pathing, but when it comes down to the retribution, the beast has a lot of room in his tummy.
Yeah, he's kind of struggling right now. Even Ben Things was actually able to point it out on what he wanted Onic to work on, especially coming into the Mobile Master. So it's going to be a clash in the Turtle and Lord Pit between God and junglers.
Yeah, when it comes to the total turtle kills, Kyle TZ is edging out King Kong there with 8 more, 37 to 29 for King Kong. While for the Lord kills, that's where King Kong's just a little bit... Well, no, he's even with Kyle TZ in that regard. So yeah, for the early game, the turtles and stuff, that's where King Kong seems to be struggle for majority of the season so far.
Yeah, so there's this match for us to see exactly where the beast is now. Check out the players experiencing ultra-fast 5G connectivity with the smart ping test that's happening right now.
Flap DC with the pose. Flap with the Arnold pose. Katagalan na tutulong ko na tumagal, tsaka alam ko naman na inaabangan na sa tarabangan yung papakulan para din abangan. Basta ko lang pala batang alabang, mas mabilis pa kayo Flow G. Kirk, tumira ng tres, I miss you best. Brusco, anong palag mo? Dali-dali mag-retre sa suyo eh. Kahit ako mag-suyo, kaya ko yung retre ng lahat.
Di ka dito sa long lane. Parang gusto ko mag-zilong. Ilong ko parang kamat. Bakit nako nare-retrihan ng walang season hunter? Ikaw kahit walang nawala, may na pa rin.
A little bit of banter before the match begins. And of course, a look into what pre-match prep could be for world-class athletes such as the Bulletproof and the Filipino Savage. Renmar talked to us about the K2V brought to us by Infinix.
All right, so Ben Thinks earlier in the interview mentioned a very important point. Jawhead, controlling early, and flexibility around the Cho. But that's just one of the many things you have to consider in this metagame wherein there's a lot of familiar heroes, but you need to have a massive arsenal ready. So load up Onic Philippines. While for Team Falcons, we've talked about the patterns of the heroes disrupted. Not just in the draft, but then disrupt how you try to jungle if you're King Kong. Disrupt King Kong's jungling pattern, that's what I'm trying to say. And for both, Marco, I'm kidding, I got you. It's macro is king. So you can't just always play around the trades of who can beat each other up in the center of the map. Sometimes you have to win it through sheer map control. Push the side lanes hard.
And even, you can see it actually in Super Marcos, but especially with the Moskov, apart from the Granger, he excels when it comes to being able to split push. Even if Team Falcons are actually behind, they actually find a way to make things right and go back on track once Super Marco has covered in ground in the map.
And that's going to come into play being on red. Who knows what the Bulletproof will end up with in the draft because Onic Philippines have decided to go blue. And prior to Week 6 starting, gentlemen, we're all close to 50-50 as it can get between blue and red. So right now, it doesn't matter between Coach Wynot, Coach Hayes, and Coach Treb. I'm pretty sure they've got the draft figured out either way.
You know, I honestly have a feeling that this game could go very, very fast or very, very long. So our average time of 16 and 30-something seconds, I think it won't happen for this series in particular. It's going to be fast or slow.
All right, so, you know, I like that. Sometimes we play around the center of it too all. I like that you've decided it's either going to go super fast or super slow.
Any hair on the line for this one?
Yeah, clearly Flap doesn't have any hair on the line for this one.
You've learned your lesson too.
Yeah, I learned my lesson.
All right, here we go. Game number 1. Onic on the play, banning out the Matilda, the Fovius, and the Moskov, interestingly enough, while Team Falcons take out the Jushin and the Harith.
All right, so Onic Philippines respecting the idea that, okay, macro is what we're going to fight for here, so let's take out some of the best heroes that control the map. While for Falcons, they've gone the route of taking away 2 of the go-to bans on the red side while going for a little bit of a more unique ban on the red side, which is the Harith. So now they're putting the Joy Suyo trade up and active, but then Onic Philippines will have to consider, wait a minute, that means that's going to be an instant get on the Granger for Falcons. What are we going to get left with? An Iritha for Blue 2-3? Onyx probably thinking now, what if we get the Granger first?
A lot of possibilities. I mean, Team Falcons this time can also trade out the Kalea and Suyo, as you mentioned, if Onic decides to go for the Granger. And again, if you're going to go back to their previous series, the last time these 2 teams have faced off in the Land of Dawn, actually Super Marco picked Granger for 3 straight series and beating out beating out Onic.
And it did. There's the Kalea trade.
Woo!
For all of those wondering really how much of a game changer Kalea is in the metagame, check out Remar Santa Cruz's video. He spent about good 20-30 minutes talking about how she single-handedly affects everything happening in MPL Philippines. And there you go, Falcons walking in with a trade that they were planning for anyways, a good jungle and EXP combo. Great damage coverage too, magic and physical.
Yeah, damage coverage, fantastic. Crowd control coverage will go towards Onic because they're also going to be getting the Suyo in the jungle later on. And then they decide if they're going to start to play around for the EXP laners. They show up the Kalea, or they can continue threaten the idea softly that, hey, maybe this Kalea is actually going to the EXP lane later on. So let's pick up a Super Friends favorite in the Low Yi. Third key to victory, again, for both of these 2. Make sure your macro is great, so they go ahead pick up the Low Yi for that. While Falcons, I love this pickup. I'm a glue guy. They go glue red 3.
Whether blue or red, Falcons are not afraid to put glue up in the first phase of the draft. Flapteasy, the Filipino cannon, he is so good at disrupting front lines, back lines. Hell, last week alone against Smart Mega, I saw him flicker right in point blank range just to get that grab.
Yeah. And that's actually one thing Flap can utilize, especially in going up head-to-head up against Kirk. We all know that a focal point that the Team Falcons can go for is actually the XP lane in Kirk. So right now, can Chip be an actual option for Team Falcons, considering that they also picked this out during the previous series?
Yeah, Chip is still active for both, and if they want to be able to match the map presence of Onic Philippines, so Onic might want to consider banning it out, because if they go ahead and give the Chip, that means they'll be ready for it. They're going to be playing a little bit more surf than trying to play more around the ultimate of the Low Yi and the duality of the Low Yi to catch the entry through the shortcut off guard.
So they take out one of the few heroes, the Selena, which actually few excels in. Final ban, did they take out the Moskov or Irthel if they're going for that gold lane ban?
Moscow's already out. So this makes Falcons' decision so much more easier. They can really bog down Kelra's choices. And again, they're already suffering on range. Say what you will about Super Fritz getting his Luo Yi, but that's just one big in. The fight actually going down is another story entirely.
Will we actually see another Beatrix if ever Irithel gets banned out? Or the Brody? Because I know correctly only... Okay, so they take out the Badang.
Only Shizu has played the
Beatrix only
so
one
far.
time, yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about the Beatrix too. You need that great source of a targeted basic attack. They still can just fall into the Irithel, but I don't like their damage window if that's the case. They're going to be very reliant on winning the center of the map to make sure that Kelra's farmed up well enough, and that's kind of a big gamble to take, especially in this metagame right now. So I want something a little bit more balanced. Despite there being the presence of a Joy, honestly, I would not mind the Beatrix.
So for Kirk, later on, you still have the Edith or CC. If you're going up against the Glue. Final bans for Onic.
We have to acknowledge that the Cho is still active. Not anymore. I spoke too soon.
All right. Onic PH knows that's a valid pick still. Again, foreshadowed by Ben Things in our pre-match panel.
Yeah.
He noticed that Ogwin is more willing now to pick up the Cho.
Yep.
So that means the Master is learning new tricks. One pick here before they throw over back to Onic to close up. Do they secure the roam or do they pick up something for few?
Join's also open.
Yeah.
In case.
Oh, all right. So they go for speed around the map. Okay, so Falcons is playing a very aggressive game here. Onic Philippines. Okay, if their center of the map is already aggressive, you know what? They can play for a little bit of a later pick. Falcons, I would want to see them consider the Sicilian so that it's not just the Joy. And you have a consistent stream of magic damage going in even without the electrifying beats. So for Onic, if it's not the Beatrix, then yeah, it's the Irithel. Then they go Gatot Kacha for most likely this is going to be a Kirk pickup because that's one of the few things that Onic Philippines do for themselves is put the Gatot Kacha into EXP against a tanky EXP laner, the other team.
What's killer to pick here? We already mentioned all of the options, unless there's something new. Who knows? Week 6, we might see another debut. Could it be? Nope.
No.
This is what? A solid tier B plus, tier A marksman?
Yeah, in the second half of the, ever since the patch dropped, more teams have been actually picking Bruno up more as the next option alongside Moskov in that tier of gold laners.
So now they still lack mid laner for few, and we all know few, one of the few heroes who actually have a high unique hero pool. There's still Valentina. Vixen is still in the picture.
As I said earlier, Sicilian would I feel like would be the pick that they'd go for. Oh. But Kali and Valentina are a great poking combo in the center of the map, but you get the risk is you get sucked up by the duality. Plus, you're going to give the Tsunami Slam to. Oh, you could get Tsunami Slam. Excuse me. So yeah, maybe Valen or Sicilian.
Among the planes.
Oh, Eve!
Or something totally different. Huh. This makes the whole run and gun situation all the more a reality.
Yeah.
Because you control the fight, you cordon off the exit points for Onic, and you make them kind of regret even picking the Kalia first in the draft because, wait, she can hop out of the RWM, yeah?
Yeah, she can. Yeah. She can just use the Tsunami Slam to get out of it without a problem. It's not that difficult for a Kalia to get out of it. So that's why I was wondering why the Eve pick. I wasn't even considering the Eve. Yes, it's good for the Bruno, but then you're up against a Kalea, Suyo, and Gatot Kacha. The formation around an Eve gets broken quite easily. But if we look at the numbers, yes, it's very cohesive. They have a great lineup with a good balance of crowd control, very disruptive in team fights, and they can snowball. Their snowball condition is if they win the first turtle fight, then get an invade after that, that's big. If they win the first 2 turtle fights considerably, then they control the early game.
Is this a late 2024 Eve pick or another Game 7 MSC Eve pick for few? We're about to find out. Game number 1 in a best of 3. It's a star match for Week 6. Onic PH versus Team Falcons PH. One more look again. Keep close tabs on the rotation and the clearing path of the Beast King Kong.
So, I mean, is it just me, or I find Kalia a bit, especially in the pro scene, or just in the pro scene, a bit overrated?
Ooh, starting with the hot takes, huh?
How dare you?
No. I'm seeing it because so far, okay, this time they're going to focus fire on the XP lane. A good decision that can bear fruit for Team Falcons, especially early on in first turtle.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, one of the reasons why the overratedness comes in is because you have Purifies getting picked up in the pro scene. No one wants to do that in the ranked games for some reason against a Kalea.
Okay, but you want to go for few. Already pops his Purify, and that's a worth it engagement for Onic.
Okay, good trading around the center of the map. So King Kong went purple to orange upwards, then it's going to go back for the Golem. All right. And we saw earlier in the emblems is to pull yourself together for the Kalea. You do actually need that in the pro scene because you need your flicker more often as a Kalea.
Some were theorizing the revitalized Kalia, but that might fit more in your ranked games. This is a very proactive Kalia, and again, it's very utilitarian. Onic PH can use that defensively, offensively, and look, Ogwin wants to go fast. The fact that the Kalia is just standing there and Ogwin knows is slowing down this approach setting up a turtle fight. Onic wants this turtle. They want to fix those early game stats.
Yeah. I really like the positioning right now of Onic. You saw earlier how deep they were diving under Fuse Tower, so bring him down low. So they're really putting a lot of importance yet again to controlling the center of the map.
Okay. They delayed Fuse level 4, and they're dogpiling on the turtle here.
Okay, the Beast still was able to get the first turtle, forcing out even FlapTZ's flicker, plus the split. Here comes Kirk with the AOG. No counter trade for Team Falcons.
Oh, where's this going? The diversion. Oh, just a feint.
Yeah, no, I think they sent King Kong to the orange buff.
Just the 2, yeah, just the 2.
Yeah, just the 2 to steal it away.
Alongside Brusco, here comes the slam onto Kyle TZ, paired up with a title spike. They're going to bring down Kyle with the first blood.
All right, Ian, tell me now, is it overrated?
Now, in the hands of Brusco, clearly not. But in the hands of Ian, yours truly, yes.
Thank you for the disclaimer. I thought we would spend an entire day where I'd hear disrespect on the Mykalea.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that a possessive Mykalea?
Yes.
When was Kalea actually allowed to be picked? Was it week 4 or week 3?
Yeah, week 4.
Okay, so 2 weeks was more than enough for these pro players to actually make him or master Kalea. Owen jumps in but gets caught out by 3. And Super Friends joins the party, picks up a kill of his own.
Yeah. Excuse me, I believe that was week 5, right? It was only 1 week that we've seen Kalea. Week 4 was when the patch dropped. Week 5 is when Kalea was active, all right.
So, okay, they only need 1 week then.
Yeah. Look, a lot of pressure being applied onto the jungle of Kyle TZ, so, and a very smart use of the diversion up top. You know who you can't purify? Kyle TZ can't use Purify. He does have some sort of like purification tool with his ultimate once he's maxed out with the beats, but he didn't have it then. So right now they're just playing around this Kalea and this Loyi very well, sending Brusco into key areas where they could disrupt Kyle TZ, and not just Brusco, even Kirk's doing it. Again, one of the best qualities of Onic.
Oh my God, Brusco looking for a quick one. Does not press the button on it. Dodging that jump.
Kyle TC goes in with electrifying beats. Raging Sandstorm already used up. Here comes the jump coming in from Kirk. Gonna miss, but FlapTZ was able to go with a split. Hanging on to King Kong. Now here comes Super Marco. They're still trying to work on the Filipino cannon, and the Tsunami Slam is gonna feed it off to King Kong. A diversion up top.
Oh, they're sending the full team just to try and get the orange buff. They really want to disrupt the farming of the Joy here. And you know who I heard earlier said that they think Joy's slightly overrated?
That's not me this time.
No, yeah, it wasn't you. It was Midnight. And I'm honestly starting to see why you consider why. When her jungle is so easily invaded, she falls off so badly.
Hey. You're talking about a man who is a whole desk away, a full broadcast language away, and he's also getting slammed. He's also very wrong. 4-0 currently. Onic sitting with a comfortable 3K gold lead. Super Marco in trouble.
Okay, there was a Purify. Kirk still holding on to the bulletproof. Ogwin very quite low here. FlapTZ jumps in right after Kelra. Okay, Kelra, a couple of hits away, was able to flicker out. Here goes the RWM. But Brusco and Kirk still working on him. Kelra, will he be able to escape the one more hit?
No way!
Okay, Kelra still alive and turn things around. Still 2 kills for Onic Philippines.
The gold standard still standing despite literally Flap being on top of him for a good 10 seconds.
Big yikes by Falcon. Super Marco could not even get close enough to try and bring Kelra even lower. And Kelra walks out scot-free while Super Marco's lane is getting pressured.
And do you remember what Kelra said a while ago? He can literally bench FlapTZ, and that's what he did.
Yeah, he was doing it there.
All
he
right.
was benching Flap without a problem. It's now a 3-level gap. Make it 2 between the 2 junglers. King Kong is just ruling the jungle right now. Kyle TZ's still hungry.
All right, real quick.
Diversion.
An instant replay. Check out the live. There's a kill on the Kyle TZ live. And let's appreciate that play once more.
You know the action's non-stop when your replay and your actual live is still going on. Brusco jumps in with the Raging Sandstorm onto Brusco. And they're going to be able to pick him down. Kirk with a Revitalize as Super Marco trying to clear out the mid lane. Here comes FlapTZ once again with a split. And it looks like the clash will disengage.
Falcons right now completely out of their tempo. Few was doing no damage to Kelra. under the real-world manipulation. He got 3 taps in and was barely able to take him past down 50%. He brought that up when Keller was at around 90%, 70, 80% health. So still needs a little, way more damage for this Eve. It's gonna have to get to the point where Falcons will have to understand they lose control of the early game. Mid-game's gonna be a big struggle for them even more. They have to play for a little bit later, see if they can win out trades by only losing their roamer and or EXP. They cannot lose their main damage dealers anymore.
Falcons no longer contesting. Clear take for the last turtle of the game here. Onic PH still asserting dominance in mid while holding this diversion like a sword of Damascus. All right, rotating down over to Super Marco. Does he know there's 4? Does he know there's 4?
Here comes the taunt. Still has his Purify plus his tower. Ogwen with a conceal. Will Team Falcons engage here? It looks like they're not going to engage, all the while King Kong's just pushing up top.
All right, 5 members of Falcons committed to protecting that tier 1 in mid and in bottom. And the rotations are so slow compared to Onic. Run and gun pales in comparison to Onic's sheer map control with the diversion.
Again, we were talking about it earlier. In the center of the map, their damage profile is great, but they're severely lacking that hard crowd control that a Kalea, even a Blowy soft crowd control, even the crowd control Suyo can do. It's just way better.
Whoa!
Tsunami Slam paired up with the AOG. Ogwen counters out with the Raging Sandstorm. They're going to bring down Flapteasy. Kirk with Revitalize to out-sustain the damage from Falcons once again. And no trade still for the Green Falcons.
Dudes is just flying everywhere, despite there literally being a box to hold them in. The diversion coming through, coast to coast, over to the orange. All right, Kirk and Brusco, too late to spot that orange take.
All right, how Onic isn't going for pick and rolls, they're going for pick and pops. Once they get the pick, pop them. And that's exactly how you want to play when you have a Kalea. Don't waste the Tsunami Slam, play into it.
So far, approaching the 7K gold lead, Onic is calling all the shots. Ogwen here, even with a sand walk, afraid to walk into the wrong bush. Quick sand guard just to top himself up. I think Falcons are feeling the heat. Like, they can't even recall to recover because Onic is just going way too fast.
I called it. I told you guys it's either going to be a very fast game or a long game. And 9 minutes in already, 7K gold lead. Okay, they're trying to work. Okay, Tsunami Slam countered out Ogwen. Here comes the real world manipulation.
Oh, man.
But still, they were able to take down the Master. Kirk on the back with the AOG.
Oh.
And King Kong with the Evil Queller onto Flap. The next target is Flapteasy. That's a 4-man down. 4 Falcons will fall down. King Kong wants to go for more. There's a diversion, and the Bulletproof stays alive.
All right, no additional casualties for Falcons. Super Marco, the only one left. Clear go signal for Onic to go for the Lord.
As a Falcons guy, I just want to say the gods looking like they are so back. Falcons so sharp, so decisive. A lot of what we've missed out from Onic Philippines for the beginning of the season. When we saw them go on their winning streak, we started missing it a little bit more because we saw shades of it. Now against Falcons, they are so back.
And they're jumping in once again onto the Master.
Wow.
Next target here is Flapteasy. Tsunami Slam to deliver the final blow. AO diversion up top. They're just going to try and steal away the orange buff.
You know, I don't blame you. With all of the things happening, you don't know if they're feinting an AOG or a diversion.
Yeah. It's a lot of AOEs.
Or one of Kalea's passives.
And they commit the ultimate to steal the orange buff.
Ladies and gentlemen, Onic have reached the 11K gold lead mark, approaching 12. Falcons are out of their breath. They are flying at altitude so low, they're struggling to even put gold on Super Marco, who, by the way, is still bulletproof. But at what cost? Let's check out the items here. He's barely built 3. All this while, oh my God, he is almost 3,000 behind Kelra.
Yeah, he may be bulletproof, but he's not Onic proof.
Okay, Ogwen trying to go look for an angle, but it's spotted out by Kelra. Lord already bursted down to mid lane, hit with their turret as Flapteasy onto Keller with a split, but he's targeted by Flora. Conceal coming in from Onic Philippines, and it looks like they got their job done. They were able to take the base, and now they're surrounding Flapteasy with 4 members, and the Filipino cannon shuts down.
They almost took Flap back to their
King Kong.
boot camp in the base.
Oh, the beast! Incarnate himself! Still alive, but gonna get taken down by Super Marco. Onic family still holding on. 4 members Masters are able to take down 2 once again. And now the tier inhibitor up top and down bottom. Super Marco gets a kill. Onto Brusco though. Kirk jumping in once again. They take down Master Ogwin Kelro with a tower lock. Onic Philippines win a fast game to take down the Soaring Falcons.
11.5 minutes all it took for the Super Fam to get to match point. This is Friday Night MLBB, folks.
Y'all want to talk about crimes? I'm gonna lay down a law right now. It is a crime to call Kalea overrated.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It is not a crime.
You're getting served right now. You gotta go to court. MLBB court, that is.
We're gonna have a hearing later, but Falcons definitely heard that loud and clear. My goodness, they felt it too. Tsunami Slam, they made the most out of it, and what we talked about, or what even Coach Wynot talked about. Onic Philippines, first half of the season, they looked like they were playing in their heads. Something was up. Championships, getting to your head, kind of scared of success. What is going on? This is the Onic that we know shines so brightly because of how decisive and fearless they are. And they play around the Tsunami Slam. Again, pick and pop to take down run and gun.
You know, prior to the Onic Philippines win streak, we saw King Kong really struggling. Even down to the kills among junglers, he was actually 7th or maybe even 8th. But now looking at this game, he's going back to his beast form, even topping the whole game with most kills, I believe, even beating Kelra in his own game.
It's cool because he unleashed the beast and he didn't even need to be a Lucas to do it. Thank goodness, right?
Slowly but surely, I'm glad that happened. He's slowly crawling back on top of the food chain. He did draw first, what was that? A triple, a double? But still the MVP, of course. Right in Ingan's face, the Kalea of Game 1. It's the bruiser, Brusco.
How did this happen? How does a man get an MVP with an overrated hero?
He doesn't know himself. Look! Explain!
Again, we saw it. I love the itemization that he went for here, built up an Athena shield because he knew the early game magic damage is what would carry Team Falcons to sort of weather the storm through the mid game and maybe even make it closer through the late game. So he prioritized magic defense right away, then went for the fleeting time so that he can get his ultimate much faster. And because you're a Kalea, you love to play around cooldown reduction. His tsunami slams were perfect. The responses by Onic to every ultimate he dished out, perfect. As well.
You know you're way ahead over your opponents if your roamer can actually pick up a fleeting time second item.
Oh yeah.
So
Renegade last week tried to do that too.
Oh yeah.
He knows that they're ahead, and I think that's what you get with an overrated hero such as Kalea. I'm gonna say it now.
I just thought.
I'm gonna say it now.
I mean, in ranked no.
We don't compare the ranked games to the best of the best.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
Fine. Finally, Kalea's been doing well. I'm not sure what the win rate was prior to this week.
I think it was 50-50.
50-50, okay, so rated, properly rated.
Sure.
Okay. But in the hands of a guy like Brusco.
A world champion?
Okay, fine. Underrated.
Yeah, here's the thing. Kalea, now watching how Brusco played it, reminds me of more controlled Jawhead. A Jawhead that doesn't suck when he's on the defense.
Yeah. Again, every time he would use the Tsunami Slam, it would be the targets that don't have Purifies. And Onic were ready to follow up. If it was the glue, they're ready to blast a glue. If it was the Joy, King Kong was there to take down the Joy.
Oh, and looking at it now, he was rocking Pull Yourself Together, which now plays on stacks after that patch.
Yep.
So he maxed it out.
Yeah, even faster. You could max it out at 20 because you get 8% based off of, and it plays it off of 4 assists.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's 2% for every
assist,
right?
Or 1 per. So he got 12 total, and he's at 20. He's maxed out.
Yes, there we go. So yeah, and that's why he always just seemed to have access to his flicker, and why he wasn't afraid to dive in. He knew he had the sustainability and escape tools, and that just made things easier. I know this is really sounding like a Brusco-centric analysis segment, but he's the MVP for a reason, because they played around that Kalea so well. And yes, connected to Brusco, you gotta also give it to Kirk. His connection with Brusco there, King Kong and Super Friends, which inversely set everything up for Kelra.
Yeah, Falcons did have the glory. They had the real world manipulation and they had glue split, right? But those two things do not equal the threat of Brusco's Kalia, plus the AOG, plus the diversion, and that really just let it out for Kelra and Super Friends to keep blasting people.
Yeah, I honestly thought that Team Falcons was actually going to be able to hold on, especially considering that they have chunky frontliners in Flaptz and Ogun. But even down to the early game, King Kong was invading already the jungle of Kyle TZ. And now our BPI rich guy once again is the god in the gold lane himself, Kelra.
Yeah, he was unbothered in his farm. If anything, it was King Kong was adjusting a little bit to try and bother Kyle TZ. He was still trying to farm, so that left Kelra all the more free because Super Marco couldn't do much.
Yeah. And to go back as to why things were so easily set up for Kelra to become the BPI rich guy here, 946 in the GPM. It's because if you look at the center of the map, you have one lineup for the side of Team Falcons who does poke really well. They have very good poking damage, but you're giving that up for a lack of crowd control. And what does Onic have a lot with their lineup, especially with the Kalea? Crowd control. And most importantly, because you also heal back all the poke damage that Falcons do to you in the center of the map, the early game damage that Falcons were looking for to carry on over to the mid to the late game just didn't happen because Kalea was healing through it.
Ingan, reconsider your thoughts about Kalea.
I just thought.
I definitely think it's going to be a priority pick here or ban in game 2.
Obviously. I mean, we had a small sample size of week 5 alone. And now I'm just starting to eat my own words because damn, Kalea. Wow, I just honestly thought it was kind of overrated because the way I played it, especially in ranked games, it seems like I get easily picked off, but with Brusco, even going for the fleeting time second item, it seems like he's tanky enough for even Super Marco with his Rhapsodies.
You know, it's funny, there's a sound bit in there. He just went, damn, Kalea, wow, out of nowhere.
Yeah.
There's a sound bit of that in there.
I'm pretty sure those guys know too. Team Falcons PH just walk by and they're going to have to reset mentally and prepare for game 2. Because if they want to take us to game 3, they're going to have to reconsider because run and gun don't work on the Thunder Gods no more.
Yeah. Can't do that. Hopefully, whatever they're going to do for the next lineup, just more crowd control, please.
Yeah.
I know you like damage, but...
Yeah, damage coverage is good, but you got to put them in a place where they'll take the damage.
Exactly.
Folks, in case you don't make it to the MPL Arena, we're inviting you all to check out these watch parties organized by our franchises themselves. This one is by the Super Fam, and it's happening at Mars Gaming Hub in Marikina and in Kape at Tagpuan in San Jose Rodriguez. So Sonics assemble, join them at Marv's Gaming Hub and Kape at Tagpuan to support them here in their campaign against Team Falcons, which is, by the way, going very well.
Okay, I have a question. If Jawhead was actually picked up instead of the Khalid, which was wasn't banned, by the way.
Yep, snubbed.
Could Team Falcons perform more better, especially in the early game?
As much as I like the Jawhead, you're paired up with a Eve in the center of the map. You're tossing it a bit closer to the Eve? Or Eve isn't also like the pure burst type that follows up the Jawhead well.
Yeah, so it's a egg and the chicken kind of situation, cause and effect. Like what would have been the adjustment? And here's what's crazy, they both happen in the red side.
Yeah.
So the foresight is 2020. Who knows what Coach Treb and Falcons were thinking then? But right now, there's no point in crying over spilled milk. They got to start from scratch and fight for Game 3. Before we get back into the matchup, let's go ahead and check out an All Access right here in the MPL Arena.
Panibagong laban na naman. Nakikita nyo na sa aking kabila ang Falcons Nest. Dito naman ang Sonics. Magingay tayong lahat para sa paparating na laban na to. Let's go! Let's go! Sa aking kaliwa galing sa Falcons Nest, magingay tayong lahat para kay Dion. At para naman sa Sonics making her debut, magingay tayong lahat para kay Nick Nock. Pakiramdam ko, nagbato-bato pick na kayo. Sino bang mauuna sa inyo? Alam nyo, ako na lang mamimili. Dion, since nandito kayo, kailangan bumawi ng Team Falcons eh. Ano ang palag mo?
Huwag kayo magpapakampante. Kasi nung week 2, ganyan din yung nangyari.
Pinakitaan ka ng memories. Okay, pinakitaan ka ng memories, Nick Nock. Ano ang palag mo?
Oo, ganito nga nung nangyari nung week 2. Sa tingin nyo, nitong week papayag pa kami?
Hindi na sila papayag, Dion. Ano naman ang rebat mo?
Hindi rin kami papayag, kaya titingnan natin kung anong mangyayari. Woo! Kutsang! Pipipiw!
Gets ka namin doon, Dion. Nick Nok, ano naman ang rebat mo?
Meron na kaming isa. So, hindi pa tapos ang laban, kaya pwede pa kayong kabahan.
Asan ang kinakabahan? Asan ang kinakabahan? Ituro mo, ituro mo. Ituro mo.
Hindi na kayo papayag!
Sabi niya hindi daw kakabahan. Sayang, hindi kasi narinig eh. Sayang, sayang. Pero okay lang. Okay lang. Tapusin na lang natin to kasi nagkapalaga naman na sila. Falcons, I need to hear you. Fly high!
Falcons!
Sonics, I need to hear you. What time is it?
It's Onic time!
MPL Super Fan Rap Rumble. Make sure to check out yung ating website to know more about this. Balik na natin sa ating mga casters.
You know what? I'm gonna give it over to the Super Fam, the Sonic Republic. They got good bars, but that sign from Team Falcons though, could have sworn it came from LC Signs.
I miss Tony. We're doing good though.
Sup, homies? By the way, you can now join the Super Fan Rap Rumble. Check out the official MPL page for more info. You could be like Nick Knock and Dion, and you know, rep your squad, rep your favorite franchise, and put your money where your put your head in the game, because that's what Falcons got to do. There's one more game for Onic, as mentioned by Nick Knock. If they don't fix their act here from blue, then it's over.
Yeah, especially since, again, the stakes are high for both of these teams. Whoever wins will, of course, have their spot secured for the upcoming playoffs.
Yeah, very simple. Win the match, you are playoffs bound already. Oh damn, whoa. Saying it out loud, it just hit me that you're already going to be able to say that you're playoff secured. I mean, it took us only 5 weeks to secure our first 2 playoffs teams. Now we're going to secure another one today? We're spoiled.
Big picture-wise, that's what's going to happen when the league is top-heavy. The top 4 are just barreling forth, and then the other half of the league are struggling. Folks, I don't know what to tell y'all. The last 3 weeks of MPL Philippines are never to be trifled with, never to be missed. So that's why you got to keep your eyes glued. Starting now, blue side is where Team Falcons PH wants to be. And they have a pretty good win rate from there, 63, 64%.
Yeah, and it's interesting for me because when I was doing the whole draft review, video out now by the way in my official channels, for the first 5 weeks of pre-patch, post-patch, I really thought the teams would go into week 6 trying to leverage the new secret strength of the red side, which is you are actually more capable of manipulating the draft if you're willing to let go of some certain things. We saw Falcons attempt that with banning out the Harith, playing around the idea that, okay, we could get the Granger, then we're going to take out Heroes for Kelra, but he was still left with a really great Bruno pickup, which they thought they could counter with an Eve, but they couldn't even get an early with an Eve. So let's see if Onic Philippines now, with them on the red side, if they're willing to change things up. Matilda, Fanny, Jushin are some of the most go-to bans on red. If they take out one of those and replace those bans, then we're sensing that they're actually trying to manipulate the draft in some way.
You know what? There, Renmar, coming from last week's matches, it's from red side that Onic PH were able to actually pull through with one of the menaces of the current meta, Zushin. So if the Monster Mage can somehow end up with a Zushin again coming from red, Team Falcons, you have to figure that out. It looks like that's what Coach Tony and Coach Hayes are looking to brew up.
Team Falcons now, again, a lot because of the Kalea ban.
contest. They are in contest range, folks. It's just that the map, they need to make it work a little closer to theirs. Ogwin makes contact with Kirk and Super Prince. We really haven't been feeling the Monster Mage just yet. Hasn't found any amazing Crimson Beacons, no?
Yeah. He'll be able to use it when it's a full dive by Falcons. That would be the best bet. To hopefully be able to deal damage while also getting those marks in so that you can get more crowd control to disrupt their team fighting, to set things up for Kelra. So if Falcons don't time their dive well enough, they could get punished.
Here comes a kick flicker onto Master Ogwin, plus the ult coming in from Kelra. They were able to pick up one. Kyle Teasy working on Super Prince. He was able to Crimson Beacon out. No casualties yet for Onic Philippines. This might be the go signal to get that Lord.
Asking your shield received, defensively used, and now they make a beeline for the Lord!
Beeline onto Flap Teasy first as they take down the Filipino cannon. Marco working on 4, but Onyx scatters away scot-free once again. Kyle Teasy working on Kirk. Here's the cutthroat and the shutdown for Kyle Teasy.
Falcons, I thought they were slipping on the discipline. It looked like they were, but then they were able to counter back with aggression from Super Marco and Kyle Teasy so that Onic Philippines will not be able to position and even play for the Lord. Now it's a little bit more even for this Lord 1 dance.
Yep, at 4 and 3, Onic were just building up, and then suddenly Falcons deny him. King Kong get away with about 2.5 HP. Kyle Teasy got to back out of there because they're making the Lord start it up. They're dancing around it. Big presence from Falcons.
Ogwin has good information on where Onic Philippines is hiding. No contest might happen here actually, and Kyle Teasy will secure it. Onic trying to go for the engage. Here comes the kick onto Flab, gonna bring him down, but Marco working on the beast himself. Oh, they got sandwiched out. Brusco trying to look for Super Marco, but Ogwin was able to zone them out.
The art of the turn. Onic knew they could not contest, so instead they went for a kill. Definitely could have gotten more if only. If only it weren't a matter of range. Kelra is the only true range hero that deals this kind of damage for Onic. Hence why they can't finish the job.
At the same time, the heal that Ogwin brought down at his feet, again, that has a slow effect. And Onic Philippines, once they knew they were in it, they knew it'd be too risky as the tower was also hitting them. So good zone by Ogwin to keep Super Marco alive in that sequence. But Onic Philippines will be able to rush this Lord without a problem. Falcons are looking to win something in the center of the map. Purple buff about to spawn for Onic. With Ogwin there, let's see if Falcons will make a play.
It went from worse to bad for the Super Fam. So they are still in relative control of this game, while Falcons are looking to run and gun, move around. They're in better shape than they ever have been in this series. And they spot out Kirk. We're looking for Kirk's next big play. He really hasn't been doing as much as he was in the early.
Okay, Brusco charging up his Jeet Kundu. He has a flicker here. So they're gonna try and make a play. They're able to still hold on to their mid lane inhibitor turret, and that's where the trade factor comes in again, because Team Falcons, they were able to control that Lord because all their battle spells were up, unlike Onic, who had to use it just to try and bring down Ogwin. And now here comes the kick. They're trying to go on Flap Teasy, forced out to revitalize already. He missed AOG from the back. Flap Teasy was able to escape. Now they forced out the Crimson Beacon. Ogwin and View is gonna fall down in the hands of the God in the gold lane, plus King Kong. The KK connection picking up 3.
Oh my God, divide and conquer! It's just Marco and Kyle left versus 5 from Onic!
Now they're gonna invade onto the purple buff. The sniper is not gonna connect as Super Prince working on the mid lane. The tides have turned once again for the Super Fam.
What a team fight for Onic Philippines. They knew they had to split it because if they let Falcons go front to back, it's not gonna go well for them. With their resources split up, Onic Philippines were able to win that without a problem.
Rose Gold Meteor on the way for Kelra, as King Kong also built his own arsenal. Kyle Teasy is now left to clean up these lanes. They know, Falcons know that their window is up, that the snowball is slowly melting.
Yeah, it's hard. We're gonna see a lot of Kyle Teasy segues, but that's the beauty of it. Seems like there's not gonna be any lockdown apart from Brusco, and Kyle Teasy can actually evade that easily. So still, Falcons still holding on.
Short of saying, Falcons is dealing with a mess. Luckily, they have a mop.
Yeah. The thing is with the Falcons lineup, with Onic Philippines already serving at family size, all of them are just together. Kyle Teasy is like, what am I gonna eat, man? I go in and what? Risk getting kicked? All of them are always sticking. But when you find an opening, go ahead and take it. If you find Super Prince or King Kong, just a moment alone, take him down.
He took a big bite of Fritz there. But he couldn't finish the job. So that's another half-eaten plate that Falcons have to ring up for their bill. And I'm not so sure they got enough left in the tank to get this done. Get paid, son, and make it to the playoffs because Onic PH are going, looking for that kick. Lord gets secured.
And King Kong once again, they will disengage alongside the conceal. Beautiful engage from Onic.
You see that? Brusca used the kick as a deterrent. It's like, oh, you sure? Huh?
Yeah, I believe as well it looked like Flapteasy was able to manipulate the angle just a little bit so that he wouldn't get kicked closer to Onic Philippines. But I like that Brusco didn't hesitate to use the conceal to say, guys, let's get out of here.
And also consider the fighting game-like discipline and windows that these players are playing with because look, there's also a flicker, so Brusco could have also repositioned.
Yeah. Lots of very, what do you call this, snappy decision making.
Some frames.
Some frames that they're playing around.
He was
Put that on a picture frame. That's a low light, unfortunately, for the young phenom.
That was a straight up FPS moment, son.
Here comes the attack. That's why you don't go in head first against the pack, the family of the Super Fam. Lord sieging in onto the top lane. They're going to be able to clear it out unless Brusco manages to find another pickoff. Here comes the ult coming in from Kelra. And now they're able to take away Inhibitor. Marco! Super Prince with the fast hand flicker. Kelra working on Marco himself. There's minions onto the middle lane and Falcons will be able to clear it out.
Man, I'm really digging this attack speed Beatrix, and I'm so happy to see it here. It's not the full attack speed that I would usually go for Corrosion Scythe, but it's very deadly because it has Sea Halberd, Haas Claws, and Rose Gold Meteor. A good mix of self-sustain and just chunky damage.
Unexpecting father. NA's very own Herbert Wagner whispered to me once, Leo, I'm gonna call him Machine Gun Kelra!
Now the angle is there for Machine Gun Kelra! Marco just trying to work for a trade. They're going to be able to bring down Kirk, but Flapteasy is the one to fall. Kyle Teasy trying to escape the 4. King Kong working on Ogwin, and that's one member down for the Green Falcons.
It was this moment that Trek saw in his mind when he was making the call. King Kong fights Ogwin!
No brush is safe if you're in the midst of a great game from the Beast Incarnate.
Onic Philippines. Again, I said it in game 1, they are so back. And they are so aggressive, so decisive. And Falcons have winded themselves out. The lineup that was supposed to find a spike at around 10 to 12 just could not find it as Onic Philippines were able to find theirs. They are a full dive composition, save for the Aurora. The Aurora supplements the dives that Falcons want to do. But Onic have great toolkits to counter that. The Crimson Beacon of the Juicin, the zoning and the crowd control provided by a Cho. And of course, if Kelra can stay alive and be safe, the damage from Machine Gun Kelra.
Yeah, pretty much maxed out already. Has his DHS. And now they set their eyes on this Lord a while ago. Team Falcons was just merely trying to get a sniff of the Lord, but Brusca's not afraid to commit the way of the dragon, even if the angle's not there.
Oh, that's dirty. He's a Machine Gun Kelra, yes, but he's playing with Bennett. There's bombs in here. Flapteasy with the AOG.
Okay, Immortality is going to be popped. They're trying to work
Oh,
on
they got
Kelra.
him.
Marco goes
Oh, he
in,
lives.
back, but he lives! Machine Gun Kelra onto Ogwin. Next target is Kyle Teasy, getting chased down by King Kong, and Brusco with a kick, paired up with the Thunder to finish off the wipeout.
We thought he would peak with God of the Gold Ring lane, but the Brap Devil with an 8-1-3 performance.
One more spot secured, and it's none other than the defending world champions, Onic Philippines.
That's a sweep for the Super Fam, scoring 7 points, locking in their ticket to the playoffs.
I'm happy. Finally, attack speed Beatrix. I preached this, and I'm so happy to see it. And I have learned, because it's not just pure attack speed. The itemization on that Beatrix is so deadly.
All right, Trex, I'm sorry. I wanted you to make the call, but it's been, what, 3 or 4 internationals now, and we're not sure where Kelra will be for MSC, so I called it tonight.
Trex, I hope you're watching, though. We're crediting you. And all the Clippers that are going to say,
It was Trex.
It was Trex.
It was Trex, guys.
Machine Gun Kelra.
Congratulations on the new baby, by the way.
Guys, I just can't believe it. Onic, finally, they're back to their god forms. And what a way to show that by taking down a Titan themselves, Team Falcons.
And it must be frustrating for the Green Falcons, no? Because it's high altitude, low altitude, up and down, up and down. Falcons got to play more games to secure playoffs now.
It's like flights in recent days. It's turbulent right now for the Falcons.
That's scary.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's consistent turbulence. It's not the turbulence that just like knocks you out for a game. It's like you could knock out for like 1 or 2 series, and then you go back up, and then you don't, and which is like it turns into a roller coaster ride. It's not like a smooth flight anymore, and that's not what you paid for. But you see shades on Falcons being able to do things right. They just can't keep it up.
And there is a saying, which might not fully 100% port, but calm seas make weak sailors. So, hey, if the Falcons can run through a few tough skies, you know, running through thunderous ones like what the Super Fam set up for him here, then, you know, that secured playoff spot will be all the more sweeter.
Yeah, and can't forget, even Onic Philippines had a rough patch ahead of them before they went on a 6-game win streak. So it might go well even for Team Falcons after this loss.
Yeah, if the Super Fam can do it, then who
Why
knows?
can't you?
Falcons can go on a world array. They still have Mobile Masters in the horizon. These two teams, actually. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and hear our winner's interview on stage.
Starting off week 6 with a sweep, your winners, Onic Philippines!
Nagwawala na ang kanilang Sonics ngayon, Hans. Ramdam na ramdam natin ang suporta.
Kita kanina, no? Especially kay Kelra. May tanong kaya pa kay Kelra.
Kelra, gusto namin itanong kasi nung nakaraan, sinabi mo na gusto niyong bawian lahat ng nanalo against you nung first half. Paano niyo pinaghandaan to, yung Falcons specifically?
Yung paghanda namin, parang yung practice kasi namin ng mga unang week, parang nakukulangan kami. Kaya parang ngayon, mas dinoble namin yung mga ginagawa namin.
Doble panalo nga din ngayong araw, no? Sweep agad ang nagawa niyo, Kelra.
And hindi lang yan, ha? Hindi lang yan, because with this win, Onic PH is now playoff secured!
Wow!
I almost forgot about that. I thought that was gonna happen. Coach, why not? Gusto kong malaman yung thoughts mo about this. Now that you're playoff secured, ano ba pinagkaiba ng Onic PH sa first round, ngayon second round? Kasi sobrang layo talaga ng nagiging playstyle nyo. Domination is back again. Ano bang meron sa Super Family?
I think ang dami naming pinag-usapan all throughout the season. Siguro yung pinakamahalaga is hindi ko sila niremind na champion kami. Actually, it was the opposite. It was, tapos na yung pagiging champion natin. Kailangan ulit natin patunayan na malakas tayo. Kailangan natin i-double effort natin dahil double effort ng lahat para talunin tayo eh. So, lahat, kumbaga na-humble lang yung sa first few weeks namin dahil nga, kitang-kita naman, hirap na hirap kami. So, it was a very good wake-up call and yun, ganyan na sila ngayon.
Yun nga, kita mo, nag-uusap sila doon kayo sa gitna. Yan.
Ano
Diyan
ba
kayo sa
nangyayari
gitna.
dito?
Hindi ko rin alam, nag-uusap sila eh. Sa totoo lang, Coach, I'm sorry kasi you have a lot of wins already and medyo nauubusan na kami ng questions for you. Okay, honestly lang. Wala na kaming tanong, Coach.
Ako actually may tanong ako eh.
May tanong ka, Coach?
Meron.
Okay, ano ba yung tanong mo, Coach?
Nihintay ko lang eh.
What is
Coach, ano nangyayari, Coach?
Guys, yung saglit na moment ng oras nyo para lang sa babae na para lang sa babae na sa totoo lang nagbigay ng meaning sa buhay ko. Gusto ko lang kunin tong oras na to sa lahat ng mga fans. Gusto kong ipagsigawan na mahal ko tong babae na to. Will you marry me?
Players, I guess that's it! MPL fans, palakpakan naman natin ang ating newly engaged couple. You love to see it. Players, pwede nyo nang samahan ang inyong coach and go through and proceed with the newly engaged couple. Congratulations to Onic Philippines and congratulations to Coach Why Not Odin. I did not expect this to happen.
Me too. Parang yung players din, hindi nila in-expect lahat ng nangyari ngayong araw.
Congratulations to the Sonics, to the Super Fam, and to, of course, Coach Why Not, tossing it over to our casters. What a moment.
That was one of Onic PH's most winningest moments. 2 very fast games, a sweep, a slot in the playoffs secured for Season 15, and of course, Coach Tony and his beloved taking a big step in their relationship.
Wow, I mean, it warms my heart because at the same time, the whole community in unison was really just shouting, celebrating for, of course, Coach Why Not and his future wife.
With millions watching.
Yes.
I'm gonna be that guy. So we wouldn't have gotten that if Falcons won. So should we be happy that Falcons lost?
It's not about if we were gonna get it or not, but the fact that we have it is the reality.
Yeah. Congratulations, Coach. Why not? And hey, I remember we spent that one time in season 13.
That weekend with them. Yeah.
Yeah, that weekend with that Onic fam then, and yeah, she's so incredibly supportive to Coach Why Not in his dreams. And Why Not is the man who literally stepped up for her family.
And his
for them.
stepson calls him Coach.
Yeah.
Real talk. Let's jump back into the game here and the series. Kelra once again scoring an MVP, the Triple Crown MVP from all over, scoring 1 here at home. Call him MGK.
Yeah, this was considering the fact that the first blood drawn was onto himself. A good rotation from Kyle TZ onto the top lane to be able to bring him down. And from then on, Kelra took it personally. Only suffered 1 death all throughout. And was even able to literally bring back Onic to the top. And he finished off the wipeout to seal the deal against the Green Falcons.
Again, great itemization. Once we saw that Fury hammered to BOD, but then go into the Malefic Gun. We raised the questions, is he going to go for even more attack speed items? And he balanced things out with attack speed, lifesteal, chunky damage, and I love how he was using Bennett a bit more because it's so hard to get close to a Beatrix peppering you from afar with fast, chunky damage. And even when they got close, quick switch into the Nibiru, and his life bar immediately goes up.
Yep, you're halfway towards him and you're already cooked. Kelra here just needed time. And the rest of Onic were taking the punches to set up for that massive comeback victory. 18.5 minutes, where about half of it, Onic were folding. Falcons were in their face, and then the other half, well, led up to that proposal.
18 minutes, 32 seconds in. And it's not a one-sided match per se, because the Falcons was actually having a good time, especially into the early game. But the moment that we already saw Kirk and Bruce go do their thing after controlling the center of the map, going straight for the invade, it was a clear downfall for Green Falcons because they had to find other ways to try and minimize the lead that was ballooning up for Onic Philippines. And in the end, it was really Onic who just came out on top.
Yeah, and if you look at the items, Falcons did their absolute best to itemize through the sheer damage being dished out. A Blade Armor at this point, it's not gonna do much against that Beatrix. No dominance ices across the board, but it was so tough. You had to prioritize those items. If you're Flap Teasy, Radiant into Antique, hell yeah. And then, no room to be able to build a dominance ice. A big struggle for them in the item front to minimize what the Beatrix could do. That's why Falcons needed to take control of the game when they had that moment around the 10 to 12 minute mark. Once they were playing around that Lord 1 went to them, but then Onic were able to take it down quickly. After that, Onic just found their time again and again, and Falcons' discipline were slipping somewhat, while Onic Philippines just pounced on every opportunity they could get to get a -1 because they started reading Falcons. Once Falcons, or let's say for example, Onic gets a -1, it forces a reaction out of Falcons. That means Falcons has to do something, but Onic were ready for that something.
And just to translate that into actual stats, King Kong was farming out of Kyle TZ's jungle. Hence why he is the BPI rich guy. And this leads Kyle TZ to do something else entirely, right? Try to manage the map. And that puts him in Onic PH's side, so the Super Fam can start hunting him down. So this was a non-starter for Falcons, and it basically spelled out the 2-0 past the 15-minute mark, and that's where we find ourselves here today.
Yeah. It was also crucial for King Kong's first rotation onto the top lane because it clearly was able to take away some of the jungle creeps of Kyle TZ. That's why there was a time that Kyle was just level 3 and King Kong was just level 4.
And that was the start, and here we are at the end. In just, 20 minutes, the ups and downs, the twists and turns that we find ourselves in, and we're just at the first match of the day. Once again, a sweeping victory for our defending champions. Onic Philippines securing that playoff spot. We got one more matchup tonight. Gentlemen, are y'all ready?
I'm ready. I have a fun stat for you.
What?
This is our third proposal to happen in MPL Philippines grounds. Only the second live. Because one of those 3 happened off broadcast in MPL Philippines Season 9, Ben Things. We started off the series with the first man to propose on MPL Philippines ground. And then we ended it with the third man to do it.
All right. You know what? Weirdly enough, the second man to do it did it in the same weekend as Ben Things did.
Yeah.
That was Coach Panda.
Right.
This all happened in 2022. Folks, I got word that we are going to get the mic check very soon. So check out what Machine Gun Kelra and the rest of the Super Fan were saying in the last few moments of that series. Take a good listen. If you don't speak Tagalog, we'll help you decipher later on. You know what, truth be told, even we need help deciphering, but we figured that it's names. Like they were going for singular player names for target acquisition.
Yeah, and a lot of it was flap, which is why personally in my headcanon, even though my brain tells me they were saying flap, it was actually Kelra just going brah, brah, brah the whole time.
Better. No, I mean, if it's past the 15-minute mark, yes.
Yeah.
If it's early on, it doesn't make sense. Kelra dead, brah, 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 brah. Dead men wield no guns. But yeah, that's very characteristic of World Championship quality teams, right? Even Echo at the time were also calling like that.
Yeah.
So if Marco's gun sounds pew, 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 Kelra's brah, 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 brah.
Exactly.
Machine Gun Kelra.
Congratulations again, Coach Why Not. And again, the proper response to Coach Why Not's Will You Marry Me, of course, is why not?
Oh my God, if that's what she said, I hope that's what she said. That'd be perfect.
Ingan, we need to get out of here. We need to talk. Time out for you. Seats are running out, folks. Fast for our matches on Saturday and Sunday.
There are still tickets for Team Falcons versus Twisted Minds and AP Bren versus TLPH this coming Saturday.
At TNC versus Twisted Minds, Team Liquid versus Smart Omega on Sunday. Buy your tickets now at mph-mpl.com/tickets. The link is on your screens. If you messed that up, go ahead and rewind it.
That's right, and the first Acid Gothic style legend dual form skin, Alpha, Remnant of Roses skin trailer is here.
As enemies flood towards the castle like a tidal wave, Alpha inside merely scoffs.
Bow your wretched heads before the Lord of Greed. The new skin will be available on March 22. It's already been up, along with the new item, Dynamic Portrait, Revenant of Roses. Again, this is an evolving skin. If you get 10 kills in the game, it evolves into something even cooler. Get yours now and don't miss out on this amazing deal. I'm not done yet.
I'm sorry.
Now I'm done.
How much did you spend again?
Don't ask. Which is weird given the lore of the game, because Alpha is from a factory or a lab that birthed him and Saber. And between the two, Saber is the more, how do I say, roguish character.
Yeah.
And now Saber here has his second villain skin. The first one is the actual villain skin. Lore-wise, this bothers me. I'm a lore dude, so this bothers me.
I mean, we have like, it's like the skins have their own pocket universes. at
Right,
times,
they're
too.
alternatives.
Yeah, they're alternative.
They're
universes.
alternatives. Folks, we're coming up with another matchup to close off Friday night MLB for you. It's Aurora versus AP Bren coming at you in just a bit. So stay with us. It's going to be another banger match given that AP Bren got a chip on their shoulder.
You know, it's crazy. We don't get a lot of championship rings here. We do get a lot of engagement rings in MPL Philippines.
Better than most regions.
Yeah. At least we got rings.
This right here is Jose Ingen. That's Renmar Santa Cruz. My name is Leo. At your service. We are going to be back after a short break. Again, you're watching MPL Philippines Season 15. We're going to go into an all-access to lead us into that break. Check this out.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Maraming nagaganap na local tournaments ngayon. Kaya tutukan natin at ibida natin ang lakas ng Pinas sa bawat panig ng Pinas. This is MLB PH Esports Express. We have 60 seconds on the clock basically, so let's get this show on the road, shall we? Time starts now. The seeding rounds of MDL Philippines Season 5 has just ended. All 16 teams have been seeded with Smart Omega Neos securing the first seed. Magsisimula ang Week 5 sa April 22 in elimination matches as we begin the play-ins. Punta naman tayo sa Athena League ang liga para ipakita ang lakas ng kababaihan. Nangunguna ngayon ang Blacklist International Zol na undefeated pa rin after 2 weeks. In the group stage, following closely ay ang Team Liquid at ang Team Liquid Aqua at ang TNC Kaiserin with 4 points each. Next up, bisita naman tayo sa MCC ang MSL Collegiate Cup Season 2. Oras na para ipamalas nyo ang inyong lakas pagdating sa organisasyon. Registration is still open until April 15, so hurry and represent your schools in one of the biggest tournaments for college esports. Finally, magsisimula na rin ang SPS Mobile Masters. Group stage begins on April 7. Suportahan natin ang Onic Philippines and Team Falcons as they go against the teams from each region. And that is time. Maraming salamat para sa lahat ng mga sumuporta. And I'm sure that you guys are probably curious in terms of the MDL matchup. Meron ba tayo? Odin, kamusta ba dyan?
Maraming salamat sa very informative report na yan, Hans. At kasama natin ngayon here, MDL Philippines Onic 9 Lives, ang MDL team ng Onic Philippines. Palakpakan naman natin, Sonics! Kasama natin sila ngayon. Hello, welcome to MPL Philippines. Guys, introduce yourselves, your IGN, and your role.
Hi, I'm Sean, Post 4 from Onic 9 Lives.
Hi, I'm Nosha, Gold Line from
Roma at Onic 9 Lives.
Kane po, jungler ng Onic 9 Lives.
Lanso po, XP lane ng Onic 9 Lives.
Nosha po, Gold Lane from Onic 9 Lives.
Kryptonite po, mid lane ng Onic 9 Lives.
Coach Wright, coach ng Onic 9 Lives.
Ayan, welcome back, Coach Rai, dito sa MPL Arena. Kumusta kayo? Officially, 5th seed na kayo sa MDL.
Feeling masaya po kami ngayon kasi maganda po yung nag-result ng seeding phase. Pero hindi po kami pwede maging comfortable kasi malakas pa rin po yung mga natitirang team.
Wow, 5th seed na sila, guys, ha? Maghihintay sa inyo ang play-ins after 2 weeks. And now, na nandito kayo, kumusta ang experience nyo dito sa MPL Arena?
Sobrang saya po kasi sobrang lamig. Nanginginig na po yung coach ko dito.
Parang kinakabahan kayo. Nanalo yung MPL team nyo. Meron ba kayong mga na-pick up na lesson sa kanila?
Marami. Araw-araw naman kaming laging may natututunan sa mga MPL teams or MPL na laban.
So ano naman mensahe nyo dun sa MPL team? 2-0 sila at isa pa, nag-propose na si Coach sa kanyang girlfriend.
Congrats po kay Coach Tony, tsaka patuloy namin susuportahan. Ang lalakas nyo.
Wow! So meron tayong 2-week break, di ba? Kahapon kasi after ng week 4, yun na ang pagtatapos ng ating seeding rounds. Ano yung mga gagawin nyo sa ating season break?
Sa season break, magkakaroon lang kami ng konting pahinga, then double grind kami kasi hinahabol talaga namin makapasok sa playoffs this season.
Ayan. Paunti na paunti, one step at a time ay umaangat na ang Onic 9 Lives. Sino ba ang pinakabibo sa inyo? Si Lanzu. Lanzu, magsalita ka naman. Invite mo naman ang lahat na suportahan kayo sa pagbabalik niyo sa April 22.
Iniimbitahan po kayo na manood sa April 22. Supportahan niyo po ang Onic Lives. Salamat po.
At hindi lang yan, makikita rin namin kayo sa inyong fun meet on April 12. Invite nyo naman lahat ng mga nanonood ngayon.
Hi guys, invited kayo na pumunta sa UP Diliman sa MPL Fan Meet sa April 12. May mga freebies kaming bibigay, tsaka available na yung racing jacket ng Onic, which is limited lang, kaya get yourself one now.
Wow! Ang ganda niya, no? So, we are inviting everyone, meet, greet, play, and win sa ating fun meet kasama ang MPL Philippines. Kasama din natin yan ang talents na si Wumi and Auntie Anara. Makakasama rin natin dyan ang MDL teams RQ Kaito, TNC Voltes, Onic 9 Lives, AP Rough World Era, Aurora Hunters, and Smart Omega Neos. We can't wait. Mark your calendars. Maraming salamat, Onic 9 Lives. And see you again mamaya. Magbabalik ang MPL Philippines.
Defeat GG Bren! Don't worry, the only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Want a skin that changes color in the middle of a game? Yep, this brand new Alpha Legend skin can do that. Watch this. Boom! How cool is that? So how do you activate this transformation? Simple, just take down 10 enemy heroes. Assists don't count though. But hey, don't worry. Even if you get 10 deaths, the base effects are still amazing. Just look at that animation. It's a first of its kind, and I hope they make more unique features like this. Maybe 10 assists for a new tank skin, right? As you all know, this skin comes with a unique golden number tag. We actually used 2 accounts to draw as soon as the skin dropped, hoping for a low number. The result? 41 seconds after release, we got the number 892. On the second account, it's 1,132 after 48 seconds. So in a span of 7 seconds, 240 skins were sold in a snap. Man, we've got some hardcore players out there. So how much did it cost? It's a staggering 9,500 diamonds on each account, which is 100 draws. But don't panic. If you're an alpha main, I got you. We only spent that much because we were rushing. If you're on a budget, here's a list of events to get it cheaper. Free weekend bonuses. Get 2 free draws just by playing games. Daily recharge event. Get 3 tokens if you recharge daily. Mega Draw Bundle. Buy discounted tokens for as low as 10 diamonds. Plus a chance to join the lottery every day. Promo Carnival. This lets you collect and use promo diamonds on Alpha's event. You can start using it on March 26th. Draw rewards. Yeah, we didn't claim any during our draws. That's why it costs too much. Daily discounts. You get to draw for 50% off every day. And lastly, we have the recharge events. Phase 1 is happening March 29, while Phase 2 is on April 5. To keep it simple, here's a quick guide to get the skin for cheap. Simple, right? Top up early to get the tokens from the daily recharge and mega draw events. Then on March 29, you have to recharge 1,000 to unlock this task that gives 500 promo diamonds. Don't forget to claim as many free tickets as you can from the events. And remember to use daily discounted draws. It's an important part of the strategy to lower its price. Stick to this plan and you'll be close to unlocking Alpha's Legend skin for cheap. So are you ready to grab this skin? And hey, who got skin number 1? Let me know in the comments. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC Season 2.
Tagtag dugo, tagaktag bungo. Manood kayo sa social media. Ikaw ba si MP the King?
Hey super fans, y'all ready to rumble?
Ano ba palag mo? Kumanda-handa na kayo dahil nasa amin na ang bagyo. Nasa amin naman ang mga pumapaldo.
It's the Rap Rumble.
Huwag niyo na piliting bumawi.
Ready to rep your team?
Tuturutin namin kayo.
Wala akong masabi kay Kelre, gusto ko dyan na lahat.
Sumali sa community group on FB. Gather the squad, dapat lahat G na G. Ilatag mo ang verse parang rap, make it tight. Shoot a video at the upload, double check the time. 30 seconds to a minute, that's all you'll need. Use the hashtags para pag hinanap madali. Wag na wag matitikon at wag may inis. This is Leo, always at your service. Out!
Dito guys, sobrang lakas ng palagat na nakasama ko sa random. Tignan nyo, andito kagad siya lang gugulo. Kaso minalas sa papuri ko. Pero huwag kayong maglala, hindi ko naman sinaing kanyang pinaghirapan. Ako yung tumatapos sa mga natitirang palaban. Sa puntong to, ako yung kanyang pinapauna. Pero sabi ko, ba't ako? Hindi naman ako leader. Alam niyo namang marksman user ako. Kaya gustong gusto akong maging scorer. Grabe, ayoko talagang maging tank. Sobrang bagal. Lagi kasi akong huli sa mga umatikabong eksena. Para na dumadating. Pagtapos na yung gera. Pero okay lang, kahit huli, mayroon naman akong mga gandang nagagawa. At tulad ng pagbalibag na makulit na bata. Dito guys, gusto ko sanang gayahin yung napanood ko sa video. Yung first skill, second skill, play ka sabay ulti. Grabe, ang galing, hindi umabot. Pero okay lang yan. Sabi nga nila, hindi ka matututok kung hindi ka lagimbo. Dito guys, nakita ko yung bulate namin pinagtutulungan. Tignan nyo, apat yung kalaban. Gusto ko siyang lapitan, kaso hindi pa ako insured. Daratog si expert, siguradong kill secured. Grabe, pagsambot ko nga sa kanya, dinagit ng agila. Yan ang masasabi kong tunay na kaesera. Dito guys, yung panigads namin nagpangitang gilas na naman kaso kasama ang palad, wala siyang nasabitan. After niya humandusay, nabol kami dito ni Sipon. Masyado nagmamatapang, kaya walang awa kong binalembang. Grabe, sobrang lakas talaga ng bagong no hero. Kaso kinakabahan ako, baka dito na ako mapulpo. Tignan niyo naman kasi, walang awa. Grabe, ang lupit, balibag bata. Naku, isipin niyo na pag ginamit ito kay Nana. Siguradong basamaan lalabas sa bunganga. Dito guys, nakita ko si Sipon, meron na namang sinapian. Kasi yung dragon, sobrang kunat ng katawan. Madali nga lang namin siya na itumba. Kasi makakampi ko, agad-agad drumeta. Nang hindi ako inaantay. Sayang nga lang, hindi ko naabutan tong si Hanabi. Pero natumba naman namin, hinakalunok ng LPG. After that, pagkatapos uuwi na sana ako. Kasi isang to, medyo makulit, hindi nadadala. Kaya hintog mulo doon aking pinakita. Dito guys, isipan ko muna humigop ng buhay. Mahirap kasi pumasok, ayokong magarutay. Kaso nga lang, hindi ko na matiis yung aking kakampi. Ayaw kasing nakikitang pinumukbang sila ng mga enemy. Kaya eto, bahala na. Mabuhay lang yung dalawa. Dito guys, nakita kayong mga kukulam na gumanda. Hinahabon ni X-Burge. Wala nga akong nagawa. Pero wag kang magalala. Paghihiganti kita. Pinindot ko nga kaagad yung aking ulti. Kasi isang to, may sa pusa. Para nakamdalawang ages, yung walang iya. Pinilit ko pa nga rin makipaglaban Kahit yung kaliskis ko, naiinitan Buti na nga lang, dumating na iba kong kakampi. Kaya siguradong, tapos ang kinabuhi. Tipi. Dito guys, nakita ko yung core nila, nangangalahati na. Gusto ko nga sanang itumba, kasong bilis niya makalawa. Pero okay lang, may iba naman binigay sa amin grasya. Etong si Laila, nalapitin ng disgrasya. Grabe, nakapag-trigger pa nga isang to. Pero huwag kang maglala, diretso ka pa rin sa Enidoro. Grabe, KS talaga. Dito guys, pinapaatas ko na yung aking kakampi. Sabi ko di kaya yan, baka makambak pa kami. Di kong alam yung mga pinagsasabi ni Panigads. Pero isa lang alam ko, diretso lang tayo ng takbo. Atawa-tawa pa nga tong si Bexana. Di niya alam, may sasapitin siyang di maganda. Pero hindi siya yung focus ko. Etong si Lailang, masakit sa ulo. RKO. Boom, bagsak. Dito guys, sabi ko kay Hanabi, huwag mong banatan. Kasi isang to, ang sarap ibalik sa sinapupunan. Grabe, kawawa tuloy magkukulam na gumanda. Pero tatapusin na namin to, huwag kang mag-alala. Dadalawa na lang kasi natitira, si XP at etong core nila. Hindi ko na nga ito pinatakbo. Gustong gusto ko na kasing tapusin yung ralo. Pero pinaubaya ko na siya kay Hanabi. Tapos nabaretso ko ng TP para makaabot ako sa picture. Pero mukhang hindi na ata kaya. Ang hirap kasi ng nakapaa. Kaya eto, tamang sipat na ako sa kanila. Habang ini-imagine yung tunay kong pamilya. Si Candida kaya at saka si Bagang o si Gatotski at Aklas na pinagsama-sama lang. Comment yun naman dyan sa video para araw-araw kayang victory!
Anong gusto nyo? Yung busy kayo pero kayo yung naglalaro? O hindi kayo busy pero pinapanood nyo yung mga tao na alam nyo kaya nyo mapunta sa posisyon na yon?
Grabe mga young gods. Current din yun yung mga Onic. Hindi yun old gods
Flop DC with the pose. Flop with the Arnold pose. Katagalan na totoo ng tumagal, tsaka alam ko naman na inaabangan na sa tatabangan yung papakulan para din abangan. Basta ko lang pala batang alabang, mas mabilis pa kay Floji. Kirk, tumira ng tres, I miss you best. Brusco, anong palag mo? Dali-dali mag-retre sa suyo eh. Kahit ako magsuyo, kaya ko yung retre ng lahat.
Di ka dito sa long lane. Parang gusto ko mag-zilong. Ilong ko parang kamat. Bakit nako nare-retrihan ng walang season hunter? Ikaw kahit walang nawala, may na pa rin.
GG bro! Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Want a skin that changes color in the middle of a game? Yep, this brand new Alpha Legend skin can do that. Watch this. Boom! How cool is that? So how do you activate this transformation? Simple, just take down 10 enemy heroes. Assists don't count though. But hey, don't worry. Even if you get 10 deaths, the base effects are still amazing. Just look at that animation. It's a first of its kind, and I hope they make more unique features like this. Maybe 10 assists for a new tank skin, right? As you all know, this skin comes with a unique golden number tag. We actually used 2 accounts to draw as soon as the skin dropped, hoping for a low number. The result? 41 seconds after release, we got the number 892. On the second account, it's 1,132 after 48 seconds. So in a span of 7 seconds, 240 skins were sold in a snap. Man, we've got some hardcore players out there. So how much did it cost? It's a staggering 9,500 diamonds on each account, which is 100 draws. But don't panic. If you're an alpha main, I got you. We only spent that much because we were rushing. If you're on a budget, here's a list of events to get it cheaper. Free weekend bonuses. Get 2 free draws just by playing games. Daily recharge event. Get 3 tokens if you recharge daily. Mega Draw Bundle. Buy discounted tokens for as low as 10 diamonds. Plus a chance to join the lottery every day. Promo Carnival. This lets you collect and use promo diamonds on Alpha's event. You can start using it on March 26th. Draw rewards. Yeah, we didn't claim any during our draws. That's why it costs too much. Daily discounts. You get to draw for 50% off every day. And lastly, we have the recharge events. Phase 1 is happening March 29, while Phase 2 is on April 5. To keep it simple, here's a quick guide to get the skin for cheap. Simple, right? Top up early to get the tokens from the daily recharge and mega draw events. Then on March 29, you have to recharge 1,000 to unlock this task that gives 500 promo diamonds. Don't forget to claim as many free tickets as you can from the events. And remember to use daily discounted draws. It's an important part of the strategy to lower its price. Stick to this plan and you'll be close to unlocking Alpha's Legend skin for cheap. So are you ready to grab this skin? And hey, who got skin number 1? Let me know in the comments. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC Season 2.
Tagtag dugo, tagagtag bungo. Manood kayo sa social media.
Ikaw ba si MP the King?
Hey superfans, y'all ready to rumble?
Ano ba palag mo? Kumanda-handa na kayo dahil nasa amin na ang bagyo. Nasa amin naman ang mga pumapaldo.
It's the Rap Rumble.
Huwag niyo na piliting bumawi.
Ready to rep your teams?
Tuturusin namin kayo.
Wala akong masabi kay Kelre. Gusto ko na lahat.
Sumali sa community group on FB. Gather the squad, dapat lahat G na G. Ilatag mo ang verse, parang rap, make it hype. Shoot a video at the upload, double check the time. 30 seconds to a minute, that's all you need. Use the hashtags para pag hinanap madali. Wag na wag mapipikon at wag may inis. This is Leo, always at your service. Out!
Dito guys, sobrang lakas ng palagat na nakasama ko sa random. Tignan nyo, andito kagad siya ng gugulo. Nasa minalas sa papuri ko. Pero huwag kayong maglala, hindi ko naman sinaing kanyang pinaghirapan. Ako yung tumatapos sa mga natitirang palaban. Sa puntong to, ako yung kanyang pinapauna. Pero sabi ko, ba't ako? Hindi naman ako leader. Alam niyo namang marksman user ako. Kaya gustong gusto akong maging scorer. Grabe, ayoko talagang maging tank. Sobrang bagal. Lagi kasi akong wali sa mga umatikabong eksena. Parang madumadating. Pagtapos na yung gera. Pero okay lang, kahit uli, mayroon naman ako mga gandang nagagawa. At tulad ng pagbalibag na makulit na bata. Dito guys, gusto ko sanang gayahin yung napanood ko sa video. Yung first skill, second skill, play ka sabay ulti. Grabe, ang galing, hindi umabot. Pero okay lang yan. Sabi nga nila, hindi ka matututo kung hindi ka lagimbo. Dito guys, nakita ko yung bulate namin pinagtutulungan. Tignan nyo, apat yung kalaban. Gustong gusto ko siyang lapitan, kaso hindi pa ako insured. Daratok si expert, siguradong Kill secured. Grabe, pagsambot ko nga sa kanya, dinagit ng agila. Yan ang masasabi kong tunay na kaesera. Dito base yung panigads namin nagpangit ang gilas na naman Kaso kasamang palad, wala siyang nasabitan. After niya humandusay, nabol kami dito ni Sipon. Masyado nagmamatapang, kaya walang awa kong binalembang. Grabe, sobrang lakas talaga ng bagong no hero. Kaso kinakabahan ako, baka dito na ako mapulpo. Tignan niyo naman kasi, walang awa. Grabe, ang lupit, balibag bata. Naku, isipin nila ang pag ginamit ito kay Nana. Siguradong basamaan lalabas sa bunganga. Dito guys, nakita ko si Sipon, meron na namang sinapian. Kasi yung dragon, sobrang kunat ng katawan. Madali nga lang namin siya na itumba. Kasi makakampi ko, agad-agad drumeta. Nang hindi ako inaantay. Sayang nga lang, hindi ko naabutan tong si Hanabi. Pero natumba naman namin, hinakalanok ng LPG. After that, pagkatapos uuwi na sana ako. Kasi isang to, medyo makulit, hindi nadadala. Kaya hintob mulo doon aking pinakita. Dito guys, isipan ko muna humigap ng buhay. Mahirap kasi pumasok, ayokong magarutay. Kaso nga lang, hindi ko na matiis yung aking kakampi. Ayaw kasing nakikitang minumukbang sila ng mga enemy. Kaya eto, bahala na. Mabuhay lang yung dalawa. Dito guys, nakita ko yung mga kukulam na gumanda. Inahabon ni X-Burge. Wala nga akong nagawa. Pero wag kang mag-alala. Maghihiganti kita. Pinindot ko nga kaagad yung aking ulti. Kasi isang to may sa pusa. Para nakamdalawang aegis yung walang iya. Pinilit ko pa nga rin makipaglaban Kahit yung kaliskis ko, naiinitan Buti na nga lang, dumating na yung iba kong kakampi. Kaya siguradong tapos ang kinabuhi. Tipi. Dito guys, nakita ko yung core nila, nangangalahati na. Gusto ko nga sanang itumba, kasong bilis niya makalawa. Pero okay lang, may iba naman binigay sa amin grasya. Etong si Laila, nalapitin ng disgrasya. Grabe, nakapag-trigger pa nga isang to. Pero huwag kang maglala, diretso ka pa rin sa Enidoro. Grabe, KS talaga. Dito guys, pinapaatas ko na yung aking kakampi. Sabi ko di kaya yan, baka makambak pa kami. Di kong alam yung mga pinagsasabi ni Panigads. Pero isa lang alam ko, diretso lang tayo ng takbo. Atawa-tawa pa nga to si Bexana. Di niya alam, may sasapitin siyang di maganda. Pero hindi siya yung focus ko. Etong si Lailang, masakit sa ulo. RKO. Boom, bagsak. Dito guys, sabi ko kay Hanabi, huwag mong banatan. Kasi isang to, ang sarap ibalik sa sinapupunan. Grabe, kawawa tuloy magkukulam na gumanda. Pero tatapusin na namin to, huwag kang mag-alala. Dadalawa na lang kasi natitira, si XP at etong core nila. Hindi ko na ito pinatakbo. Gustong gusto ko na kasing tapusin yung ralo. Pero pinaubaya ko na siya kay Hanabi. Tapos nabaretso ko ng TP para makaabot ako sa picture. Pero mukhang hindi na ata kaya. Ang hirap kasi ng nakapaa. Kaya eto, tamang sipat na ako sa kanila. Habang ini-imagine, yung tunay kong pamilya. Si Candida kaya at saka si Bagang o si Gatotski at Aklas na pinagsama-sama lang. Comment nyo naman dyan sa video para araw-araw kayang victory!
Anong gusto nyo? Yung busy kayo pero kayo yung naglalaro? O hindi kayo busy pero pinapanood nyo yung mga tao na alam nyo kaya nyo mapunta sa posisyon na yon?
Grabe mga young gods. Current din yun yung mga Onic. Hindi yun old gods
Flop DC with the pose. Flop with the Arnold pose. Katagalan na tumagal ko na tumagal, tsaka alam ko naman na inaabangan na sa tatabangan yung papakulan para din abangan. Basta ko lang pala batang alabang, mas mabilis pa kay Flow G. Kirk, tumira ng tres, I miss you best. Brusco, anong palag mo? Dali-dali mag-retre sa suyo Kahit ako mag-suyo, kaya ko yung retre lahat.
Di ka dito sa long lane. Parang gusto ko mag-zilong. Ilong ko parang kamat. Bakit nako nare-retrihan ng walang season hunter? Ikaw kahit walang na wala, may na pa rin.
Don't worry. The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now.
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Want a skin that changes color in the middle of a game? Yep, this brand new Alpha Legend skin can do that. Watch.
This is a Time Zones Easter egg hunt wherein we will have 10 lucky winners. So, dyan lang kayo sa mga inuupuan nyo ngayon dahil baka kayo na ang lucky winners natin for today. Meron tayong 10 na eggs under your seats na pwede nyong tingnan at manalo kayo ng prizes. So kung nasan kayo ngayon, stay at your seats, bawal lumipat. Meron na kayang nakahanap dahil ang mga nakakuha ng ating 10 random eggs ay magkakaroon ng prizes na pwede nyong i-claim sa ating registration area. Sino ba ang mga nakahanap na? Kaway naman kayo sa camera. Ayun! Itaas nyo ang mga eggs na nakuha nyo under your seats. Sobrang swerte talaga pag nanonood dito sa MPL Arena dahil randomly ay pwede kayo magkaroon ng exclusive rewards. Ayan, hi naman kayo sa camera. Congratulations! And for everyone, Time Zone has an exclusive promo just for you. Get 400 peso power load for only 200 pesos. All you have to do is to register at the Time Zone Fun app, insert the promo code TZXMPL, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venue. Don't miss out on this amazing deal. All right, congratulations once again. This is Time Zone's Easter Egg Hunt. Standby lamang tayo dahil we will have another match for today. That would be Aurora Gaming versus AP Bren. Tumutok lamang dito sa MPL Philippines Season 15.
ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PANAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera. HP racing, may reset up. Built like a tank, buhat ni Hill. That full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. We are laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like Beast of the Southeast. Takas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Competing in the strongest region in the world is one thing. Breaking out as a rookie in your debut season is another. These two teams know exactly what that's like. Welcome to MPL Philippines Season 15. It's the final match for day 1 of Week 6. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Jose Ingan and Renmar Santa Cruz, closing off the night with another bout.
A while ago, we just witnessed Onic Philippines secure their playoff spot. And apart from that, also, Coach Why Not finally securing a ring.
Yeah, Mana engaged, of course, is a longtime partner, and she said yes. So I cannot wait to see their wedding, because the last time we saw an Onic head coach have a wedding, it was absolutely amazing. Of course, that was Coach Yeb. Hopefully, Coach Why Not's wedding is just like, wow.
When it rains, it pours for the Super Fam, and that does reflect on the leaderboards. We'll show y'all in just a bit. Once again, some teams are ever deeper into the hole, and one of those teams are competing here tonight, and others are actually enjoying themselves, knowing the fact that they are secured a playoffs spot. That's the story of this next bout coming your way. Another best of 3 between Aurora, MLBB, and AP Bren. Real quick, A reminder, the Time Zone is an exclusive promo just for you. Get 400 pesos power load for, get this, only 200 pesos.
All you have to do is register on the Time Zone Fun app, insert the promo code TZXMPL, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venues.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
There, I left that for you, bro.
Thank you so much.
I know it.
It's all his, literally. But with that said, again, when you visit the MPL Arena, there are some Time Zone games you can play outside, so take part. As well, you'll see that we are rocking new chairs this season. It's from TT Racing.
Yeah, and if you want a 2,000 peso discount on your next purchase, use the Philippines exclusive voucher code MPL2000. Yes, that is an MPL Philippines exclusive voucher code over at ttracing.ph.
Plus, don't miss out on exciting TT Racing gaming chair giveaways during MPL Philippines. Stay tuned for more info. Just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back. Now, back into the matchup at hand. Aurora, MLBB at some point in Season 15 was on top of the world. They had a win streak that could only be snapped by world champions, by defending champions. And AP Bren, they've had their moments. The former MDL champions were showing signs of life, but still they sit at 1 point, as shown here in our standings currently. After today's first series, we'll see that currently Onic PH have secured their playoff spot, sitting at number 3.
Finally, 3 blinking greens. As you can see, TLPH, RORA, Onic already secured their playoff spot. And heading in towards week number 6, you can already see that the battle is going to be between the 6th team who's going to make it to the playoffs, because AP Bren, Omega, and Twisted Minds are neck and neck.
Yeah, despite the very rough seasons that they've been having, it's crazy to say that in the 6th week of MPL, the 3 teams that have all struggled, whose wins they were able to grab from one another, if I'm not mistaken, funnily enough, they are all still within playoffs contention. Any of those 3 can get that coveted 6th slot for playoffs.
It ain't over till it's over, but that is the optimistic way of looking at it. Renmar, you forgot to mention that only one of them can get it.
Yeah.
Again, it's going to be a hard-fought battle. And for AP Bren, the time is now to start racking up points once again. If you're going to go back to their first meeting, they were able to pull off Game 1 win over Aurora.
You know what? I take it back. There's still a few more days and weeks left. It's possible still that TNC drop, no? If suddenly those 3 down bottom just... Right? Yeah. So it's not over just yet. So, again, zooming out, down in to this match, we gotta take a look at these standout rookies. Again, these are, for the first time in the history of the MPL, at least for franchise history, MDL champions have been called up. Champions of the development league are now playing in the professional league as a team.
We were so used to seeing standouts, individuals go up from MDL to MPL, like the likes of Irad, Matt, but this time AP Bren is being the whole team with them.
Yeah, and you got to look at the rookies. Of course, in MPL Philippines, we've had a very stellar cast of Rookie of the Seasons, from Kelra, Demon Kai, to even Escalera, all the way up to Kyle, you, and Nomad, and Matt. And the question continues for the season of who will be the Rookie of the Season. Because when you look at 1, 2, 3, 4 of the names on your screen right now, they have great achievements under their belt.
That's right, a majority of them, and if not championship winning performances, international experience.
Yep.
So rookies out of MPL Philippines are definitely something to behold. And in this case, in this match specifically, AP Bren's very own James Panks becomes a part of the conversation, a huge part of the conversation, alongside 2 of his teammates, Shizu and Chovskirt, and Twisted Minds' very own Jamal.
Again, we all know James Pax, the man with a million moves. We've seen so far glimpses of what we've seen with these amazing standouts when it comes to individual performances. But again, as mentioned, the whole team was brought into the big leagues. Now they all have to step up.
The young man deserves a little bit more with that aura right there.
Yeah, that was cool. That was cool. Hopefully he can start backing that up with some wins. As we look at the Rookie of the Season junglers, look at James Spank's stats to the rest of the other Rookie of the Seasons we've had in the past, Demon Guide, Kyle, TZ, and Matt. And we do have to acknowledge that it hasn't been the easiest. It's been quite a difficult season for James Banks. But then if you look back at one name there, look at Matt. He himself with Omega that season, they were able to make it off the playoffs in season 12. How unfortunately it was a first round exit. Even through difficulties rather, he was still able to show off a lot of performances that made people say he is the MVP. And if there's one game I'm looking at for James Banks that solidifies himself as I am the MVP kind, or I can be that, well, it was the game against Aurora, Team Falcons, wherein in one game they were able to beat Falcons and snowballed using a Hayabusa on Kyle Teasy.
You know what? Let me follow your train of thought. If ever he would trump that performance, it would be right now against Aurora, against a former Rookie of the Season himself. Season 8 Rookie of the Season, debuting under RSG Philippines, then is a Demon Kite, the last Raider, the smiling, laughing demon. Why is he so happy?
Oh, no, it's because of it's him trying to rizz up and Sigma the camera right now.
It's a pose off. Look, it's a pose off.
Do that?
I'm just wondering right now if James Banks, buff, is here with us right now watching.
She's gotta be.
Gotta support James Banks.
I don't think she's missed the show yet.
Yeah, very supportive. Also, it's crazy to me the weight progression of Demon Kite. I mean, when he came in, he was like a very skinny lad. He went to Malaysia and had himself some good share of nasi lemak.
A lot of it.
Yeah, which we're very familiar with.
This is Sedup Giler.
Yeah, I like how Demon Kite's looking. Actually, Demon Kite's giving off a vibe of, he's giving old man strength vibe, even though he's only like, what, 20 or 21?
That's success for you in the esports realm. Very evident in me and Renmar. But real quick, we got to talk to y'all. What do y'all think about how many Aurora Gaming players have been awarded as Rookie of the Season? All right, what's the answer? This sounds subjective, but it's objective, actually.
Yeah.
Is it 1 in Demon Kite or in Edward? 2 in Demon Kite and Domin Kite? Or 2 in Demon Kite and Yue?
We flashed the graphic already.
Man, it stayed for more than a minute, guys. So if you're... is that reading comprehension or?
Yeah, it's reading comprehension.
Yeah, okay, right.
It's your ability to process like words and
You know
it was words.
I don't think you need to read to know who it was. Yeah. you look at their faces like.
But you can read a face.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Daredevil can. He has to.
He can't touch it though.
Yeah, he has to use sonar.
I need to finish the last couple episodes of Born Again. But folks, get it in, put it in chat, and let us know if you know your Aurora Gaming players and the history of MPL Philippines. Now, back to the match at hand. I won't lie. It's an uphill battle for AP Bren.
Yeah, I mean, again, you even highlighted it's been they've been the MDL champions, used the global ban, but even until now, 6 weeks in, we're still waiting for other heroes to pop out. We're so used with the Bedang Vexana combinations and the Joys.
Yeah.
So let's see what AP Bren has in store for us.
Yeah, at this point, it's like with the difficulties that they've been having in executing the game, the members of AP Bren are looking more like the Aurora stickers. Like that's what their reactions are right now. It's like, huh? Huh? Like, how come we're still struggling? I know we're good. I know we're really great. Like, the MPL teams have been excited for us to come up, but like, come on. So yeah, don't forget the Battle Modes are up.
Available in the shop. You can also request it from your friends. Request it from Ingan right here.
No.
He's got tons to give to you.
Yeah, he's got 77,000 diamonds available.
That's
right
not true,
now.
Guys. No, please don't.
Right now.
Instantly.
Holler at him on Instagram. Holler at him on Facebook. Everywhere. You can find him on social media. Say, I want the Aurora Gaming emotes. Incoming for AP Bren and Falcon as well. With that being said, that's enough waffling. Let's get into the match here and welcome our players on stage.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, our marshals, Joshua, JJ, Patrick, and Sent. The Aurora's holding on to a new light in the hive, carrying a heavy promise. The stakes are high for the young bees. It's Aurora versus AP Bren. EXP laners, Edward and Dan. Junglers, Demon Kite and James Banks. Mid laners, Yue and Chovsker. Roamers, Renegade and Kekadon. Gold laners, Dom and Kite and Shizu. And their coaches, Coach Master of the Basics, and Coach Bakbet.
Matchup finally underway. Demon Kite, James Spanks, step forward. James Spanks, paano ba natin masasabi na makakabawi ang AP Bren? Ano ang palag mo?
Ibibigay ko lang best ko, tsaka na ako papalag pag nasa playoffs na kami.
Demon Kite, paano ka makasigurado na hindi sila makakabawi? Ano naman ang palag mo?
Good luck. Tignan natin kung makakapasok yung playoffs.
No questions and answers needed. Players, get ready to move forward. Bees and Roras, magingay tayo lahat para sa paparating na laban na to. It's Aurora going up against AP Bren. Casters, balik sa inyo.
Hey, yo, the truth hurts. Aurora Gaming's very own Demon Kite said, hey, good luck to y'all. Let's see if you'll make it to the playoffs.
It's 5-man squad. I mean, for the whole season, we talked about consistency. And Aurora MLBB continues to display that even after suffering their very first loss against the defending world champions, Onic Philippines. They're looking to strike back once again, prove that they are still on top in the team to watch out for.
Hey man, if Aurora are a team that really understands their power spikes in the mid-game, AP Bren, they're the same, except that their power spike is a little bit more very old-school Execration Omega-esque, wherein let's just wait for the absolute latest moment of the game. It looks like we're about to lose, and then we hit them with the counter punch and turn things around. Hopefully for this game, we get to see an AP Bren that understands a 3 to 6 minute and 7 to 9 minute power spike and play around that, because I want to see them dominate early. I don't want to wait for them to get to their power spike super late into the game.
To do the latter, they have to look to Coach CJ to teach them the ways, because they got that 25-30 minute comeback in Coach Bakbet. Let's look at the spider web graph here, where AP Bren is living literally inside Rora's graphs and then some.
Yeah, I think that you have to keep an eye on, if you're Aurora Gaming, is that the kill participation of AP Bren is up to there compared to Aurora. At the same time, this is where they naturally strike. Those moments wherein you think that AP Bren has no more window of opportunities. A setup from Dare paired up with Chovskrit can again turn the tides for them.
Yeah, and this is where you can see AP Bren's a little bit more super late game minded with the Lord control, Turtle control, and Tower take very, very far compared to Aurora.
And that's what makes this matchup so scary. It being a difficult match for AP Bren is an understatement. I think Aurora have this all figured out, and I did predict in the forecast this would be a sweep. Gentlemen, what do y'all think?
I think I have to give a game to AP Bren this time. Just like what happened in their previous series, they're gonna strike first and maybe even pull off a game like what they did during up against Team Falcons.
We'll check in with Renmar in just a bit, but first check out the player's experience. Ultra fast 5G connectivity with a smart ping test.
Panoorin mo na lang mic check ko, Anthony Edwards. Ganda ng boses mo, wag ka na ulit. Kuha mo yung inis ko. Who are you to judge me? I will not be judged by you, and you will be judged by me. Isa akong S-rank hunter. Di lang nila alam. Grabe ka huminga, we. Ano ako? Lagay mo na kayo yung mic sa ilong mo. Well, pangalawang beses na yan. Sino yan? Nagsasalita ako, ba't ako? Sino man yan, layo talaga tumigil sa paghinga, ha? Anong andaya? Hindi mo talaga ako kaya, man. Hindi mo kaya, boy.
Kung ano palag ko kay Demon Kite? Masingkit ako dun eh. Ay hindi, masingkit pala yun. Wala akong palag kasi 1-7 kami. Ayun na lang isasagot ko. Oy, best friend ni Chizu. Wala muna akong palag, nasa baba kasi kami. Pag nasa playoffs na ako, papalagan na kita. Sige ah. Jobs, ano message mo kay future self mo? Hey, I'll make you proud. Ano rin kaya si future self? Huwag mo madaliin yan, tol. Buhay ay di karera. Huwag natin madaliin ang oras, darating yan. Araw-araw sipag lang. Solid nun, Jobs, no? Pag world champ ka na. Yung kwarto mo, puro trophy na. Pangarap ko, tol eh. Sarap matulog nun.
That is infinite wisdom coming from the man with a million moves, James Banks. I did not expect him to spew that much quotes at us.
Yeah, in English he said, don't rush time, time will come after you eventually. And it's time for the Infinix keys to victory. Shoot and avoid the threes. What does that mean? I should have been there to ask. Midnight! Dog! Okay, so you know what that means? That just means that you gotta take your shot. Take your shot. I'm gonna have to ask again.
You guys are gonna have a long conversation.
Yeah, we're gonna definitely. Wipe off the demon smile. Make him struggle. Invade if you can. And of course, for both of these two teams, unleash your 100%. I'm just gonna go for that.
You know what?
Give it your all.
The last bit is difficult because so far, assuming all is well, AP Bren's 100% has scored them 1-7 this deep into season 15.
And contrasting to...
the numbers don't add up.
Yeah, and contrasting to James Pank's wise words a while ago, they can't take their time when it comes to their power spike. They really need to activate the main cores like James Pax and Shizu early on up against a team like Aurora.
And with the Hitman showing even more of his depth over the past few weeks. He's currently tied #1 in unique heroes picked in season 15. How can you even think of taking your time? How can you think of the angle you're going to take your shot from? Honestly, even the keys to victory skew heavily away from AP Bren.
I think I start to understand what Aurora has to look out for. Like avoid the mid trio of AP Bren.
I don't know the numbers, Mason. What do they mean? The threes? There are no three-pointers here. Is it because of the Moskov of Fizo? Because he likes to hit bomb it from long range? I like the theory of the mid-trio, though, but he has to shoot the threes but avoid it, too? What?
Midnight must see something and know something about AP Bren that we don't. Or was it Aurora that he was referring to?
Yeah, it was Aurora. Shoot and avoid your threes.
Yeah, look, see, that's what I'm saying. It's like avoiding the threes. Regardless, we are at the draft. No longer are we deciphering the key to victory for the team that's currently tied for 1 and 2, losing by points gain. But right now, we have the Loyi and Joy taken out, while AP Bren have banned out the Fanny and the Matilda.
Seems like we're still pretty much within the realm, but AP Bren are going to decide, okay, are we going to ban the Juice in? Because Aurora, they ban out the Granger. That means they're willing to play into AP Bren potentially rushing the Harith for the first 2 picks. So that's a layer I feel like AP Bren is overthinking a little bit more. Because if ever the Harith goes to AP Bren, are they going to then rush Harith and Phoveus? Because they can't give the Phoveus to Aurora and Edward again. Still an undefeated pick.
Yeah. Not to mention even the Kalea is still open.
Oh no.
Even if Kalea lands on AP Bren, I think Aurora, especially Renji, can just answer back with a jawhead. So I think Aurora is comfortable in not picking the Kalea first pick.
This does leave Suyo out in the open. Not much of a fair trade anymore, given that every jungler you pick from here on is compromised. It's a tier down.
Okay. Suyo. There's no more Suyo Joy trade, but AP Bren can honestly go Hayabusa 3rd or even... Nah, they don't have the Matilda, so they can't go Alpha 3 unless they're okay with that. I think for AP Bren, just don't forget about the Hayabusa. Keep that in mind. Aurora would probably eye to ban it out. Definitely contest the Phoveus. I would not want to give the Phoveus to Edward.
Do it now.
Yeah, if you can, just go ahead and pick it here.
How would you reckon Phoveus Kalea?
Yep, Phoveus Kalea would be good. Strong pickoff, strong sustain for both. That'd be a great combo. Yeah, but then the jump siblings have to play then into what could be a Sicilian pickup for Yue, which Aurora have not been shy of prioritizing because they really understand the power spike of it very well.
Oh!
You calling the Kalea there, man.
There it is.
You call the Phoveus, guys. Whew. AP Bren with a very aggressive start. Kalea and Phoveus in the picture. Now Aurora, if you don't get your US pick so far, it's going to get banned out for sure in the second banning phase. They still lack... do they naturally go for a gold laner? Because I know they last picked the roam picks.
Yeah. So if they go for the Moskov, they're really taking out some of the comfort picks there of Shizo. So Shizo might actually end up with something along the lines of a Matrix or Bruno again. And Aurora get the Hilda for Edward, one of the picks that we expected. So they're going to go into the second phase with their mid and roam not yet shown. However, if AP Bren decide to pick the Hayabusa here or an assassin along those lines, they still have to watch out for the possibility that the Hilda might actually go into the roam. It's rarely happened, but it's happened at least once already this season against a very assassin-heavy line.
Could a Hanzo pick be good for James Fox? I know he hasn't used it yet. Oh, Renmar.
Renmar.
What grinds Renmar's gears?
He's grimacing beyond your imagination, folks. Let me add to the flame here, Renmar, as if you're not already miffed at midnight. You know what he says about Lucas?
What?
Spent a good weekend with him last week casting for another international event. He said Lucas is a better alpha.
I can see it, but I will avoid that 3. So,
you understand it, but you don't have to like it.
So AP Bren, I like that they're taking away the burst types for Renegade to see if they'll still respect the Tigreal later on. I think AP Bren would want to float around the idea of banning out one mid laner. Maybe I prefer if they take out the Vexana or Valent. Though they have
Not the Sicilian?
Okay, the thing is, they have to choose between Valentina or Sicilian. If Aurora has a very easy Valentina pickup, however, they'll actually be lacking a bit of reach, and it's quite Moskov dependent on the reach. That's why Aurora's taking away the long reach mages, such as the Farsa.
And then the Eve later.
And then the Eve later maybe, because AP Bren would 100%, hopefully they're thinking about Sicilian or Valentina as their pick. If they ban the Valentina, they lock Sicilian now, and then they just have to accept that they're playing either into Vexana or even a Fail. Because if they pick the Valentina, they are even turning off the possibility that Aurora likes to go for the late last pick Faramis when it looks like Yua doesn't have any more pickups available for him.
Yeah, I'm kind of liking that route where AP Bren just takes out the Valentina instead. Again, they also secured the Lucas already, so let's still see. But they instead opt for the Hylos. Might even secure the Valentina for themselves.
That's just how big a threat Renegade is, man.
Yeah.
Horseman, Hitman, Fishman, Hookman.
Merman.
Just take it all out.
Lakers at 5.
It's Fishman.
Yeah.
Not
Wait, no,
Merman?
I think Merman should be more.
It's supposed to be Merman with Kalia.
To be fair, she's not a mer. She just has a tail, a magical tail.
Okay, fine.
Fish.
So he is Fishman. They take away burst and strong sustain.
Oh.
Huh.
I'm smelling a Sicilian. Or a Valentina themselves.
Yeah, think of the Valentina because it's either a Faramis.
Oh, Sicilian event.
Oh. No, I think Aurora might be considering the Veil actually.
That too, like just because of the Sicilian ban, they have all of the options.
Yeah.
They're in control.
It's interesting because if AP Bren played into the Sicilian, they have choices, you know, that Aurora didn't need to ban the Sicilian on. But okay. I'm okay with it. So it's either Faramis or Veil for UA. Or, well, I mean, Aurora's still there, but Aurora's not the usual flavor right now for teams.
Aurora feels more like a liability at this point.
Yeah.
Again, you're stuck with the Faramis. That could be very beneficial for Chovskirt now. Unless they go with a safe route like the Vexana.
Yeah, if you think about safe and like burst, good control,
yeah,
there's that.
Even the Vexana feels weird because they're giving over EG.
Oh, Juice in.
Oh!
That works.
Are they gonna chip? Nah, okay, the Cho.
There is nothing. Aurora's giving the Chovskirt's Valentina right now.
Yeah.
What do you want? You want the way of the dragon? You gotta get in here.
All right. I always forget that Juice is available sometimes this late. I was saying it in the previous series and I completely forgot about her this time around.
Yeah, that sometimes it slips in the second picking phase. I honestly was sure that it was banned out.
Bro, at this point, you just go like Beatrix or something. I mean, to be fair, it's all dive, very close range. Based on what we saw earlier, if they go Beatrix here, they'd have some strong sustainability as long as they can get to that Hatch Claws relatively fast.
Or a Brunar.
Or a Bruno, yeah, because the lineup in the center of the map, if that can scale, you need a gold laner that can scale very quickly. Bruno or Bay are good for me too.
There. Oh.
Interesting.
Huh. What is Shizo trying to do here? Is he trying to time out the Crimson
Crimson Beacon?
Yeah, he's just basically the flares.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna kill you before you ragdoll me around. Is that the mentality here?
Be able to, though. I mean, there are a lot of, like, there's a lot of shield creation on the side of Aurora. I think that's also one thing that they're thinking about. That maybe the true damage brought out by the carry should really help with all the shields.
It'll go through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that's well, but I wish I went with a marksman that had just like a little bit more reach. This is a very all-in risky lineup for AP Bren. If they can make their early game execution work again, because Lucas jungle is so dependent on not getting invaded in the first 5 minutes and winning at least 2 turtles.
It's exacerbated by the fact that there's 3 Purifies in Aurora's lineup.
Yep.
And going into game 1, the draft shows that AP Bren are willing to do anything it takes, even, you know, pick a Valentina blind into a lineup that you're not so sure you're going to get a good ult out of.
Yeah, so I'm really guessing right now that Skirt is going to have a hard time trying to control the center of the map with the limited resources that he can pick up. Shizu, I know I've seen a lot of Shizu carries back in MDL where he can solo carry the whole game, but it's gonna boil down again to Renmar's point. They're literally just gonna wait for that power spike to come through.
Yeah. Oh, and this is not how you want to get that. Not like that. Losing your roamer early on. Let's see if AP Bren can recover with maybe a jungle invader too, maybe at least like 1 camp for James Banks.
Even before we saw the emblems, the Hitman strikes.
Yeah, strong pokes, again, strong control in the center of the map. And that's what AP Bren are going to have to play into at the center, lacking reach. Again, you know what, looking back, I think the Sicilian ban was actually quite okay.
Oh, you see that? Thrill on Renege's Cho.
Oh,
this was premeditated. He really just wanted to get those hits in.
Yeah, the Hitman literally wants to connect not just with the kicks, but also the damage. So we can expect a lot of 2-man gaming even for Aurora. Not even have to wait for the trio to rotate.
That's maybe the threes.
The three.
The three.
The thrill.
The thrill. All right. So that's the story in the XP and gold. Yeah, these two are trying to scale. How about the down bottom here?
All right, center of the map, bottom of the map rather.
Yeah, look at this. Edward just avoiding that, rotating out first.
Yep, so the very quick control mid.
Okay, forced out the flicker right away and right on time. Oh. And even Yu is not even done, just dishing out the lantern flares. And it's AP Bren not going to be able to commit once again for this turtle. And even Edward just literally giving James Pax a hard time as Yue picks up one more. Here comes the Infernal Pursuit. SOD's not going to connect, but the first man down is Edward. Here comes James Pax with the Unleash the Beast, forcing Aurora to retreat.
Oh, this is tough. James Pax secures. Big knockup. Oh, but it's too late. The Toonami Slam takes down the Hitman.
AP Bren finding their condition early on. That's one check. If they can continue that into the second turtle and win that, then that Lucas jungle will be online without a problem. Aurora were respecting it. They sent Edward. They wanted to pressure the Lucas. And Aurora looked like they were able to win it, but then suddenly the Unleash the Beast brought out at the right time. AP Bren pushed back Aurora, got kills, got turtle.
This is the reason why Phobius has been a hot pick for our XP laners. I mean, there was already picked up by the Lantern Flare. Instead of going out, he actually casted the Infernal Pursuit to engage more up against Aurora to pick up those kills.
Which makes me wonder why Alpha is not a hot pickup right now. I mean, you're doing it with Lucas. So what if the Lucas starts getting banned out? AP Bren is evolving the meta as we speak. Mind you, this hero here was not seen at all in the first series today.
Yep.
So there's this space that AP Bren is playing in that maybe other teams are not.
Yeah. For Aurora, though, they are the first team so far this season to win with that Lucas jungle for Demon Kite. I guess that's why they were so aggressive early on to try and get James Banks out of his rotation, out of his comfort zone, to force him to retreat. But no, James Banks decided to fight into it. So let's see if Aurora will fight into the second turtle, knowing that the Lucas has already ticked its first condition to success.
AP Bren up by about 1,000, so this does make Aurora think if it's worth it to contest. They're holding down mid, double laning for Dominkite. Huh. This does not give Shizu the same privilege, but she's farming up well here, building up the Corrosion Scythe.
Things might change once again for AP Bren because 10 seconds in, Turtle will respawn. And so far, I'm not quite sure if Aurora is going to be able to contest this unless Renegade gets a good position here in the brush.
That and if Dominguez hits the SOD.
Yeah.
That was something that was, you know, a game changer for that first turtle.
Okay. No, it looks like they won't. Demon Kite's going to be going for an orange side invade up top, and they're going to give this to AP Bren.
Yep. DK off camera trying to yeet out the orange away from AP Bren as 3 members of the former MDL Championship squad just dogpile on the turtle. James Banks secures.
Yeah, and that's a great rotation because James Banks does not have an orange buff to steal on the side of Aurora, so they're going to try and steal purple.
Here comes the Tsunami Slam onto the Hitman! And the blast just literally blasted Renegade, and now they're going to transition onto the middle lane, and that's already a win for AP Bren.
Oh, that's a flicker away from there. Used defensively. Definitely was worth it. I think if he spent maybe a second or two longer, Edward would have hit the flare.
Yeah. Great decision by AP Bren to be aggressive in the center of the map. There's a fight!
Oh, a 2-man pickup, trying to work on Chovsky. Kekadol was able to escape though. And still no response from Aurora Gaming as they try to take control over the mid lane.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you were in the MPL arena, you would know that the Hive is alive right now. AP Bren fans are going crazy. They're bullying Aurora, currently number 2 in the stands. 5 minutes in.
If AP Bren manages to win this game, that's already 100% win rate for Kalea the whole day.
Yep.
No longer.
Yep.
You say that again.
All right. Look at the items. Neck and neck for the jungler, similar to the gold lane. Slight leads there for Dominguez because of his double laning that he was able to get a bit of earlier. Yeah, so far nothing too crazy. Although I like the item build path of Edward. He went for Dreadnought, Fury Hammer, then even got some pants for himself, knowing that he has to spend a lot of time in the front lines.
Yep, this was referred to by Ben Things earlier in the day. In that pre-match segment, he mentioned a chop suey build. Kekadol with a jump.
Oh, there goes in also with Infernal Pursuit. Gets caught up by 4. And a shutdown onto Dominguez. That's a good play from Aurora.
One of the veterans of AP Bren got isolated. What were they thinking?
Center of the map. Okay, James Banks is only able to get the
JJ
buff. Oh, what a kick!
No Purify, so the kick's gonna connect. Feeds him off to Dominguez. Already a double for Dominguez.
They folded that boy in half.
And Shizo wasn't even able to use the flicker to change the trajectory of him getting kicked. It happened way too fast for him to react to. Now, little by little, Aurora are controlling the game here. It's them understanding their power spike yet again.
Oh, as King Kong, Demon Kite rather, will secure that turtle.
King Kong was last game. he did very well too.
Time traveling shoutcaster, I love it.
Mind you, ladies and gentlemen, Aurora are in control. They forfeited 2 turtles in this game, but are now in the driver's seat with a 2,000 gold lead and a push up top and down bottom. AP Bren's map is shrinking.
It's coming from the great counter rotations by Demon Kite. He's been controlling the jungle.
Okay. Oh! You had dodged the Tsunami Slam! No more initiations for AP Bren. Even the SOD is going to connect Renegade as he goes in. Going to catch Kekadol, beating him off once again to Dominguez. But they were able to clap back though. But look at Mr. Consistent. Edward picks up one more.
And that was in the midst of all of AP Bren's members. This whole time, Edward was able to hone in on the man with a million moves.
This would be a great game to look back and learn from Demon Kite how he was able to slowly manipulate the jungle and the map so that Aurora would climb back into this. Even though AP Bren got 2 turtles and ticked the condition for the Lucas, suddenly the Lucas's jungle, his teammates, look just completely gone now, as Aurora have just taken control from a 900, 700 gold lead. It's ballooned to almost 5,000.
Renmar, the last raider, ain't done raiding.
Yeah.
You can take the Kingslayers out of the league, but you can't take the Kingslayers out of the players. Demon Kite is currently, even at 0-0-3, running for MVP. Dare gets spotted.
Okay, now they're going to work on the top lane. Here comes the title strike. Again, a beautiful Purify coming in from Dominguez. Now the clap back from Aurora.
Oh,
mega kill. Make it 2. Might go for 3, but Demon Kite gets 1 more and a double. A 4-man swing for the Northern Lights.
Chovskirt gets away with just 10 HP. Aurora, I don't know if it was up to them, but they took 1 prisoner to go tell everyone what went down.
This is vintage Aurora. Again, just knowing their power spikes in conditions. Go ahead, get the first 2 turtles or whatnot. It's fine. We'll find a condition, an invade, an objective take to completely turn the game to our favor at around 7 to 9 minutes into the game. And that's exactly what happened here again. It's gone from 700 to 900 to 5,000 to 8,000 and climbing for the gold lead of the Northern Lights.
That's just the beauty of having 3 purifies for Aurora. I mean, if you're Kekidon, you have your eyes set on the Dominkite, Yue, but now Aurora trying to go for it as Dare jumps in once again. There was an Unleash the Beast. First man down is Kekidon, and from the back, the last Raider sandwiches AP Bren. Again, is this an instant replay?
No way! Deja vu! Choveskirt the only one left this time! Aurora's got a Lord!
Choveskirt up against 4. He's gonna get taken down, and Aurora back on the winning time as they take game 1.
Northern Lights at match point. AP Bren have a lot to work on.
Systemized by Aurora. They got the early. We got our wishes for AP Bren having a nice earlier game. You know what? Those 2 turtles, they were controlling. But the counter jungling by Demon Kite, that turn, they gave the second turtle because Demon Kite invaded orange. Before that, he already got his orange, so there was no orange to steal if you're AP Bren. And James Bounce was always 1 buff down every major sequence we saw, delaying his farm and allowing Aurora to hit their power spike faster.
Yep, so these next clips you're going to be seeing, it's mostly AP Bren in control. See, Renegade falls here, a little bit of mojo coming in from Aurora up top, but really this is where the turn happened when Aurora started to dismantle them lane per lane, and now suddenly they're in control.
Yeah, and even if AP Bren had moments of they were the ones actually initiating the clash, especially Kekidon, the Purifies always came in clutch for Aurora MLBB, just like this moment here. Despite the Tsunami Slam set up perfectly by Kekidon, Dominkate remain unscathed.
Yep, another thing to mention is Demon Kite? You should have watched when the Ivix hand cam came up. Even when there's no fights happen, he's always checking his peripherals.
Yeah, so much vision and control, and again, it stems from the performance of the jungler, but the MVP will be given to Doming here. A great Moskov performance there as well. I believe he was bulletproof in this one. 6-0 and 6, controlling the lane and controlling the game eventually.
He was. It takes a lot of cojones to double lane when you're being beaten up like that across the map.
Yep.
And it takes a lot of follow-through and communications with your teammates to know when the map is free. I think he connected well with his Kite brother, saying, hey, I'm taking care of this side of the map. Go ahead, farm out.
Yeah. And the only moment he actually missed the Spear of Disruption was the first turtle take of AP Bren. And from then on, everything seemed to connect for Dominkite.
He missed once.
Yeah, he missed once.
Just once. This pick off and rotation as well by Renegade was mint. It really helped solidify Aurora's control of the game. And this one is where AP Bren, unfortunately, they had to fight into this, even though it wasn't like a good approach for them. Yue was safe. Yue was also another big problem for AP Bren to handle. And I think this is where it's with this game that I really understood, finally fully understood like what Aurora are so good at. Who's their coach? Coach Master the Basics. And for Aurora, the basic and the most fundamental thing to do is play for your carries. Even though, yes, there's a lot of scenarios where you would really want to highlight what Edward, Renegade, Yue are doing, even though Edward's racking kills. It's all for their carries, providing space in the long term for their jungler and their gold laner to be comfortable. And since they were able to do that, and even because Demon Kite said, you know what, I will be a carry, but I'm not the carry for this. Let me manipulate the jungle in rotation so that Dominkite, my fellow Kite brother even, is happier in lane, and with the skirmishes with what's happening, they took control.
I can't believe it was a 10-minute and a 19-second game.
Fastest game tonight.
Yeah, in that span, we saw two moments that are basically the same, wherein it was a 4-man kill for Aurora and leaving Choveskirt to fend for himself. And unfortunately, the last moment it happened was the final push Aurora needed.
And it can't have been a coincidence, no, because this Valentina really felt out of place in this draft by AP Bren. If we're going to start nitpicking, that Valentina in slot 4 red side after the bans, they were expecting Aurora to budge, but master the basics, Coach Nexstar, Kala, they said, nah.
Yeah. I was really hoping we got a mid laner with a little bit more control. Like, even in this scenario, as difficult it would be, I feel like even an Aurora would be a little bit more welcome here, right? You get a good source of big AoE crowd control with damage you can deal from afar. Actually, not 2 big AoE crowd controls. Not one, you have 2 big AoE crowd controls.
You know, because of the kit, the moves that James Max has, he has a lot.
He has a million.
Yeah, he has a million. This one might not be one of the top of my list, the Lucas jungle again.
I agree. I'm going to echo that sentiment here. I'm not a Lucas believer just yet, not in a stage like this.
Yeah.
We're awarding our rich guy, brought to us by BPI. It's Doming Kite. Again, 925 would not end up with a kit nor the MVP nod if he wasn't farming like this, if he wasn't saving up.
Yeah. And because of the sudden power spike that Aurora had to build, when we saw the Infinix items throughout the game, we saw that the Fovies had to go for the anti-harass. Usually when you're up against something like a Juicin, you're okay with forgoing the Antique, sticking with the Dreadnought, because you need to go to the Radiant to deal with the Juicin, and then you go anti-harass. But because the Suyo bubbled up so much, they had to build an anti-harass rush first, and then the Radiants would come later. They couldn't even get to the point where that they could actually build Radiant armors, sadly enough.
And you just end up where you started already with no economy, nothing on the map, which is another thing that we can point out for AP Bren, is your lead led to nothing. One could chalk it up to Aurora knowing how to defend and committing resources to protecting their map so that their carry in Domingkite does not struggle eventually come the mid-game. I'm wondering where their mind is right now. I need a refresher. Was it Aurora or them that needed to watch out for the threes?
Aurora. Had to shoot and avoid the threes.
Yeah. I double-checked with that. Apparently that means also avoiding a game 3.
Oh. We're close to it because they are at match point. Just one more game. And that's it. Aurora are going home with a dub. Here's a power pose by Domingkite. Available now. One of the newest bits of art from one of our community members.
Wow.
She's behind us. Can I have that? I want one.
Can we get that shirt?
I want one. That's the Hitman, aka the Heel Man. The duality of Renegade.
I mean, that's outdated.
Yeah.
The shirt's outdated,
He has
honestly.
Fishman, he has Hookman. All right, who's competing? Is this the young man with the polo shirt? With the collar? All right. No tongue, sir.
No smiling, too. Serious face.
It has to be serious face.
All right.
Close enough. I'm okay with that.
These guys,
okay.
Hey.
Just a bit too sly with this one. There
Oh!
we go. No. I'm good with you. Congratulations. Thank you for coming to the event.
There we go.
There we go.
All right, that's the W. Bring in the envelope. Put your jackets on. Let's go home.
There's
all
the
right.
face-off.
Oh, wait, nobody's smiling again. Okay.
Wait.
Oh, no, he's coming back.
Wait. They adjusted it.
That's a mid-game power spike for him on the left.
Oh,
Did
no.
this guy just claim the win? Why is he giving up?
No. Dude, you celebrated too early.
Oh, there you go. No, he's
Oh, the turnaround.
The judges did not like the complacency of putting down the pose and already throwing up the hearts. Congratulations, young man. Ladies and gentlemen, if you need pro-level speed, make the smart switch and stay ahead of the game.
You can get your smart eSIM today for only 99 pesos and experience with ultra-fast 5G connectivity on any device. No SIM swapping needed. Available now at smart stores nationwide or online by the Smart Online Store.
Once again, congratulations to our Smart Power Pose winner. Lesson learned, folks. Pro tip, if you're going to be watching live in the MPL arena, wait till the match is over, till the head-to-head is over before you start celebrating with those finger hearts and putting the pose down.
You gotta wait for the final buzzer, and unfortunately, his lead slipped away.
It's competition.
He smiled.
Celebrated too early, you know. That's not cool. But, you know, we saw on Aurora win a prize earlier. He was on the Aurora side. And we want to say hello to all of the watch party Auroras at the KMC Armstrong Cafe. Again, that's one of the multiple watch parties set up by the teams for our community members all throughout MPL Philippines Season 15. This is one of the more constant ones alongside the ones we featured earlier for Onic PH. Again, that's at the KMC Armstrong Cafe here in Makati City.
They've been running these watch parties since Aurora debuted in MPL.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it feels like we've been saying KMC Armstrong party since last season. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we actually passed by the place. It's a nice, cozy looking place. Very nice ambiance.
But you can shout because you're watching.
I passed by it. I didn't go inside.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure. Come on, I'm pretty sure they can shout. That's gonna be pretty boring if like, okay, we know you guys are happy that your team is winning.
But tone it down.
But tone it down. No cafe's gonna say that.
What if you're watching a base race?
Team wins the championship. Yay. That's at most.
Team wins the championship. You know what I mean?
Just bite into your knuckles.
All right, so we're 2 minutes away from game 2 coming upon us and the match itself resuming. Thoughts on AP Bren's bounce back? How do they do it? Because RORA, they were pushing all the right buttons. They were covering up all of the chains and the chinks in the armor.
I mean, it has to start with the draft. Again, they literally got played by Master the Basics. They went in for the bait. And at the same time, you gave James Max a Lucas, which is not ideal considering the fact that he excelled with the Suyos, the Joyce, and even the Hayabusa. So if you give the man with a million moves his best arsenal, things might go their way.
Yeah, it's because also AP Bren were looking at it in the way of like, you know what? Instead of banning out the Valentino, which is problematic to us, let's just decide to pick into it. Speaking of picks, let's look at the hero pool. Let's do a meta check between Season 14 and Season 15. So what you're seeing right now are the top contested heroes based off of the top 20 highest contention rate. That's picks plus bans for Season 14 and Season 15 so far. The stats for Season 15 are taken before Week 6. And if I'm not mistaken, that's also for the Season 14 stats so that we're in an equal playing ground. So as you can see, for the top contention rate last season, a lot of chips shared between the two, of course, are the heroes at the center, while Season 15 are the ones a little bit more leaning towards, well, still pretty much the same. Although you do see the Kalea. Tigreal, I remember, was a hotter pick last season. But yeah, other than the Farsar coming back in, Hayabusa sort of somewhat falling out. Yeah, those are like the major differences that you can see. Oh, and of course the Roger and Julian.
That just shows how much the jungle hero pool is so limited. The Nolan and the Hayabusa started to fall off. It's just literally revolving around 3 and 4 heroes right now.
Yeah, and based off of the debuted picks and when they debuted, so far right now, of course, Fanny's still up there in terms of the contention rate. Guinevere here and there, but Kalea, of course, still a very highly contested hero.
And it's just those two that have shown up, proven themselves to not be a flash in the pan. Definitely rated at this point, Kalea.
Yeah, rated.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
Not over or under, just there.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you guys. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far with Kalea.
Of course.
Yes. But again, we saw what Purifies can do against the Kalea.
Yes,
That's why Aurora had
exactly.
3 Purifies. It was a hard-fought battle for Kekedon.
Yep, and targeting as well.
Yeah.
It seems like compared to the Kalea game we saw of Brusco, Kekedon was a little bit more gung-ho with who he's targeting with his ultimate. Although there were also some opportunities where if I'm Kekedon, I don't blame him like trying to force out the Purify from the Moskov or trying to force a Purify or a reaction away from the Juicin. You can't just always save your ultimate to wait for Demon Kite's eventual entry because at that point, you've held on to your ultimate too long, the rest of your team is gone. That's a strong crowd control. It's just, to be fair, Aurora just played the game so much better, and they were respecting some certain abilities from the side of AP Bren that they held on to a lot of their cards up until the perfect moment to show it.
Here now in game number 2, that should change, given that AP Bren have chosen to go blue in an effort to take us to game 3. Holding out your cards is no longer an option, and you are in control to get that first pick, power pick in blue, and then you're also closing up your draft first. So no longer are you you know, playing a mind game in the last few picks.
One thing I'm expected to see from the man with the million moves is the Blue Yo that he naturally performs well with.
Gotta be.
Let's see, but again, since Aurora is on the red side, they can actually again manipulate the draft into having a lot of power picks. So the Blue Yo might not be viable as a first pick option if the trade for Aurora is just much better.
Let's see what power pick trade we're going to be playing into for this one. Again, we talked about the topics earlier. The major power pick trade of the entire season has been Harith Granger, Suyo Joy. But then the layers of heroes such as Fanny, Matilda, Loyi all come into option. And those are the priority bans that we're seeing. As both teams are signaling, we really want to go for the normal 4-hero power pick trade.
Yep, given that the aforementioned is still out there, that'll definitely open up Kalia, which will again affect her win rate, which already suffered once. Kalia lost in the hands of Kekedat. It's less about Kekedat, it's more of just what the rest of the draft looks like.
Ooh.
See, an early Sicilian too!
Early Sicilian ban.
Yeah. So they've taken away the Sicilian and Phobias. I'm okay with this, especially against Aurora. BU is a prolific Sicilian for the season. 7 out of 10. So that's really great numbers, and they're the hero that really brought Sicilian back into the map and the forefront for teams to think about, hey, what about Sicilian, you know, because of how well they played it. I'm alright with it, but now they're playing into the Joy Suyo Harith Granger trade, unless Aurora decides to take one of those out, and now AP Bren will be thinking about, okay, what are we giving in response to those? One thing that I want to see Aurora consider is, there we go, they actually banned out the Kalea, so just force that typical trade yet again. If I could suggest to AP Bren though.
Blue Yo.
Yes. Demon Kai's a little bit too happy with the Joy. I think you go for Blue Yo here and accept the fact that you're going to lose the Granger on the other side. Unless Aurora play into the Joy Harith, which is a little bit too greedy, but teams have shown it at times.
Okay, AP Bren now have the option to give James Banks his signature, one of his signature heroes, or even secure the Granger for themselves. But again, the Joy Harith, as you mentioned, it can be detrimental. So let's see, because I'm also expecting kind of later on, second, third pick.
Yeah.
Badang for there.
I'm also expecting a Jawhead somewhere in the first phase of the draft. Maybe later on for AP Bren, they can go for a strong pick off. If that's the case though, I think Aurora can hold off on their jungler pick for third. Because they can even consider going to the second phase with the other jungler just yet. Very rare, as they are one of the teams that usually like to play into the picking a roam EXP flex here, along with the power pick. So as expected, they go for the Granger. So will they pair a Joy with it?
It should be money. They don't even have to show the Joy here.
Yeah.
Imagine though, if they don't pick a jungler, Joy, Haya, or Alpha gets banned out. Then Demon Kite reverts back to the Lucas jungle.
Don't say this.
That's actually up on the board now that Edward has a Hilda with him.
Because they're protecting him.
Yeah, they're protecting him, and then if ever you send the Hilda to be aggro to protect Demon Kite the violent way, not the defensive way.
That's right. Yeah. You're parrying instead of just blocking.
Exactly. So I'm not turning off the Lucas jungle idea here, and Aurora might play into that for the third pick, because they go into the second phase with a flex. That's either a Lucas jungle or Lucas XP. Hopefully AP Bren doesn't think about it being EXP, because again, it's fallen out considerably so.
Especially since we don't know what AP Bren's bringing yet.
Yeah.
Which could be a nice counter. I mean, I actually prefer Lucas XP than Lucas jungle.
There's the Jawhead.
We missed him. I mean, if he wasn't going to get picked in the first phase, that's getting either stolen or banned out.
Yeah. We did say that earlier as well, that Jawhead would probably show up in the first phase for either of these two teams. So we get the Jawhead Suyo, the strong burst. All right, that puts the pressure into there to play something tanky. I would like, actually, you know what? First I'm going to say this, pick the Lucas. And I would want to see them pick the Lucas.
Lucas into the Hilda, very good.
Yeah. And you turn off the Lucas for Dare, if ever you're confident.
Oh, okay.
All right. Get the Hayabusa. Because AP Bren are going full dive, they're going to end up with a mid laner that would want to play in the back. And a Hayabusa is a great great response into that, thinking ahead.
I actually like this more for AP Bren because if you're going to recall back on one of the outstanding games that AP Bren had up against Team Falcons, they also had the Jawhead at Rome, and it was pivotal in how they were able to end the game in 12 minutes in and able to feed off a lot of kills to James Max. That's why he was able to snowball with his Hayabusa. But now with the Suyo, if AP Bren start, they can replicate the start they had with game number 1, but manage the trades that Aurora was making, they can snowball early on.
Glue taken out here by Aurora, so they are attacking possibilities for Dare. Because this lineup won't work if Dare doesn't get a favorable pick.
Yeah, and the options for Dare are going out real quick. Because AP Bren have a very strong, sustained burst-centered lineup. One of the best options right now AP Bren are probably thinking of are the Edith and the EXP.
But is it Bastangable?
I would want them. It's his comfort, yes, but what? We're going to end up with a Badang Vex, Badang Farsa again, but the Farsa gets the Hayabusa. No, he wouldn't want to do that. Vexana might be that they're going to. So AP Bren are going to be playing with a comfort lineup, but again, it's a predictable comfort lineup that they've already shown in the past and shown that how teams can beat it quite easily, and Aurora already have the tools for that.
You know, at this point for AP Bren, I'd rather be predictable in the draft, but still at the same time have my comfort heroes and perform well than try to do something out of my comfort zone, but not yet battle ready.
You're 100% right. If they tried anything too crazy here, Aurora would be the wrong team to do that against.
Yes.
So one more, I'd reckon this should be an XP lane ban too. Just choke down on Dare. He's one of the clutch gene players of AP Bren.
But Badang, Edith, CC...
They're willing to give it. See? They banned the Vex, so they're already turning off the potential of like Badang. So again, I am all for Aurora picking the Lucas and the EXP now, because then AP Bren would probably just be stuck with a Edith or a CC, either of which Edith being the better option. CC's gonna struggle. Nah. It's a great draft by Aurora so far, honestly.
I understand the Vex a little more now, given that they are first on the pick clapback.
Yeah.
They're taking out options that'll nullify Demon Kite's aggression. You pull out an EG, and that's an extra body that the Shadow Kill will have to latch onto.
Exactly.
Skirt, is he used to playing the Faramis?
We should ask you.
I actually don't remember, because you know, in MDL it's global ban, so if you use one hero, you only use it once.
And if you win, you get away with it.
Yeah.
So, I guess that's the answer, Ingan. If he's not prolific with the Faramis, then at best he just knows how to use it. It's nothing stellar.
Okay. They can even go Sicilian here, honestly. They don't have to.
No, it's banned out.
Oh, yeah, excuse me, yeah. You're right.
Goes for the Farsa, next best thing.
Okay.
No, I want a draft by Aurora. They're going to be stuck with something along the lines of like a Valentina again.
Again! Oh, he does have a stolen Feathered Airstrike now, better than game 1. Yeah. Look at that, game 1. They picked the Valentina in their 4th pick and have nothing to steal.
Just Valentina and Edith or Valentina and CC. Or they can take the Lucas for themselves again, but yeah, it's going to be the EXP this time around. But no, he's not a tank lane holder. He's not built for that. Teams have understood that after the first half of the season. Edith is their last best bet for me. Unless they go super safe and just park Hylos. Oh.
Steal the Lucas. And of course, the Aurora.
Okay.
Better than the Valentina, I mean.
Oh yeah, for sure. But still, you're outranged. AP Bren is literally outranged right now.
Yep.
They have to fight tooth and nail to even be in the same court as Aurora.
They're going to look for those pickoffs that they much really want and need with the Jawhead. Again, if the Jawhead underperforms in the first 2-3 minutes, you can expect the likes of game 1 to happen again.
This could be Horseman. You can even just go Hylos or Tig.
Oh!
Oh. Why did we hear Tigreal?
I heard it's For Honor.
Ah! Okay.
It's an XP lane Valentina.
Wait.
What?
What just happened? Wait a minute.
It's an XP lane Valentina.
Uh-oh. Huh.
I mean, he's up against the Lucas, so in theory, that's...
It makes sense.
It makes sense.
You're stealing, what? Unleash the Beast?
I literally heard of
For honor. Yeah, as a Tigreal main, I can confirm. That's his voice line.
It'll work too, but...
No, maybe that's a new Valentina feature, you know? It's like, I am you. It's like, for honor, surprise, it's Valentina.
Ult in the draft.
I am you, I am them. Huh. We're waiting for word, ladies and gentlemen, if it indeed is the Valentina. And we are not pulling back, folks. This is the draft that Aurora ended up with.
You mentioned a while ago that for AP Bren, it's not the time to experiment up against Aurora. But for Aurora, they're doing something different now.
Different is right, but this is not without precedent.
Yeah.
This is a tactic known to make the rounds in scrims and even in some other scenes around the world, and even in our very own amateurs as well. XP lane Valentina is very valid, especially against a hero like Lucas.
Yeah. I mean, Valentina has always been like the answer to the Lucas. There's a Lucas on the other side, you want Valentina. That's why if a team wants Lucas, they ban the Valentina. Aurora just decided to lean hard on it. It's like, we need a Valentina? Okay, put it in the EXP lane.
Yeah, but you're giving Gekedot a lot of targets to work with that don't have Purify as well. As of now, you have 4 on your radar.
I think Aurora just also want to go fast. Like, not a single Purify shows that they just want to keep going. No breaks.
Game 1 concluded in 10 minutes and 19 seconds, and Aurora can match that again if an early snowball will ensue here for Demon Kite and the Domin Kite, the Kite brothers. So let's see.
Okay, so for Renegade, he was seems like he was hovering the Tigreal. That's why we heard the voice line. And the very last second, switched it up to a Valentina pick, and that's why we're here now. And here's Aurora. They are playoff secured, so this is them showing us what the meta can bring us.
Gekedot with the throw. James Pax with a stun in the first blood. A wee shadow kill coming in from Demon Kite. Not gonna get a pick off there as AP Bren finds a kill.
That was a half-heart engagement. Renegade had no chance of survival. It looked like Aurora did not know what to do, even if after they got AP Bren's members down.
Good start here for AP Bren. And you saw how Der was actually playing that laning phase. He made it so that, yes, not yet level 4, the Valentina probably won't play into that, but he just really wanted to make sure, okay, I'll make sure that Edward wouldn't be able to help.
Oh!
Ooh, late reaction.
Just one more second.
Yeah, Gekedot walked into that shrub. He also wanted to go back and recall, but he was like, all right, let me go back. Wait a minute. And then it completed the recall animation for Demon Kite.
You know, I'm actually interested if Yue gonna go for the rapid boots to have that booster kind of Farsa to try and control the mid lane. So let's see if that's what Yue has in store for us. Unleash the Beast coming in from Edward. 2 animals! Nothing's gonna happen so far, but there you have it. Edward Valentina on the XP lane.
That's a TKO. Edward sent back Der. And yeah, given Der has extra health, that was a dominant move by Aurora. They're still calling the shots.
Feels like when Blacklist debuted a Valentina jungle to counter a Kai jungle back in the day in Season 10. Except this time around, it's Lucas and Unleash the Beast. So far in the laning phase. Okay, so that's the itemization that Edward's going for. Decided to go for tough boots. He knew he needed the crowd control time reduction, but then also going for leather jerkin so that he has a little bit more physical defense on him.
Again.
Oh! Fast. Oh.
All right. Demon Kite playing with the range. Again, the build that Edward has right now, not just for this Valentina, but in general, is a symptom of the meta. Like, people just keep building these random casual defense items.
Yeah. And even that's what Ben Things actually mentioned a while ago, but now they're targeting the Silent Kid. A beautiful initiation from the Northern Lights.
Yeah, and with the gold lane getting pressured, EXP can't win because Lucas is getting controlled in the lane by a Valentina. That's why I'm a Lucas hater, yo.
And a Valentina lover if it's in the right spot. Turtle number 2 is up, and currently it's getting bulldozed by AP Bren. Still no moves for Aurora to contest.
Remember how I was saying in the draft that I would like to see a Lucas for Aurora? I did not expect this.
You got what you asked for.
I got what I asked for, but just a different version of it. It's Lucas at home. But apparently Lucas at home is actually great.
Better.
Better even, yeah.
Might be better in the long run, but just like what happened during game number 1, Demon Kite and the rest of Aurora is not afraid to trade out the turtle for those engages, for those invades. That's why they're still holding on to a 750 gold lead. Shizu, early cast of the Zaman Force, working on the gold platings, but Demon Kite as well as Yue cast the Feathered Airstrike to zone them out.
That is Aurora once again regaining control of a game that they've seemingly lost. Gentlemen, this is deja vu. 5 minutes in, it looks like they're poised to get that last turtle. Kite, point blank Quella.
All right, so that's one of the million moves that we saw. Great rotation by AP Bren and a great pickoff by James Punks.
That didn't happen in game 1. Already we're branching off of a timeline.
Yep.
James Punks just showing why he's still feared and revered. A beautiful pickoff onto Dominkite. Didn't have enough time to cast that flicker because that Queller, as you mentioned, point blank, literally connected in the face. Now here comes Edward, gets stunned out by Chopskirt. Still wanting to put a lot of pressure onto the mid lane.
Down bottom.
Okay, Shizu up against Renegade and Dominkite. He's gonna disengage. Demon Kite was able to cast a Wiki Shadow Kill! Wow, Demon Kite!
He took Kekida with him up top!
And now they're trying to trap and work on Edward. James Pax was able to pick up a kill, but Demon Kite literally was one missile away from getting shut down by Kekidot.
Able to press the ultimate just in time. But a great rotation topside means that Edward will be able to push us up. The last time Valentino was playing the XP lane was in MPL Philippines Season 10 by Der, who was in Onic Philippines at that time. So I wonder if Der instantly went, wait, I remember that. That was me. That's me.
This is in the same timeline where Ryota was also part of Onic PH, who now plays for Onic in MPL ID. Last hurdle up, the death strike from Yue.
Okay, James Pax gonna secure it. Oh my god, still connects with the unstoppable force, manages to stay alive but gets taken down by Dominkite. Now they're trying to work on a beautiful engager coming in from Demon Kite. This takes down one more onto the middle lane. Dominkite joins the picture, flickers in, and shuts down the man with a million moves.
The next standard has had it. Flickering forward, taking down James Banks, scoring a shutdown kill. And look, as Aurora continue to convert, they got eyes on this mid lane tier 1.
That was honestly a sight to see, the unstoppable force of Kekino just literally followed all the shadows of Demon Kite.
Went forward, then left, then right. Turned into a Formula 1 car with how fast it was turning. So Aurora have a slight lead here in the gold. I like the Dreadnought armors, not full building it, holding onto the anti-cuirass, and they're going for other items as well. Brute Force breastplate for the Valentina again because he's playing it like a Lucas. And even if he's not in the Unleash the Beast form, wait.
Passive! Demon Kite secures it with one Wiki Shadow kill. Chopskirt 0-2-1 in the middle lane, and now they're gonna transition up top once again. Yue with a Feathered Airstrike to zone out. Edwards as well with a Shockwave Blast, and they're gonna work on the top lane turret.
Aurora just going on the map where they will and taking the objectives that they have their eyes on. AP Bren are struggling. I don't think we've mentioned this yet, but AP Bren's defensive lineup when it comes down to, you know, protecting high ground turrets, it's not ideal. It's really just Chovskirt who can really freely hit.
Heading into this week, James Banks promised the Bees we will make it to the playoffs. Right now, Aurora are outplaying them, making it look like that promise is going to be a near impossible task to fulfill. As one of the teams already secured for the playoffs is, to put it bluntly, schooling AP Bren right now. Rotations, pickoffs, on point, timings, and again, helped and supplemented by Lucantina in their EXP lane.
Lucantina, I don't think I've ever seen Edward pick up anything besides Unleash the Beast.
And that's the scary part. You have a lot of options, the Frigid Glacier, even the Unstoppable Force. If Edward tries to be versatile enough to do those, but Renegade with the Conceal, they're going to work on Kekidot. Unleash the Beast from Edward onto the back as Yue picks up one more. Edward! Shizu not being able to free hit, got separated from the clash. Edward's going to sacrifice himself for the greater good. They're going to get a Lord.
Zoned out by the Valentina. That does not feel good. Edward falls, but they got the Lord and will get a lot more crowd control because of a Demon Kite.
Another Wiki Shadow kill. They're going to try and share the damage. They're going to be able to out-sustain it though, but again, Aurora still has control over the First Lord. And with the 3K gold lead, they might want more than just an inhibitor turret.
It looks like they're going to take it slow here. Lord spawns up top. They're securing their jungle. They're securing their buffs. And the thing that's got to fall is mid lane tier 1. Like, not many big moves will happen if Aurora don't take down this tier 1 in mid.
Now they're setting their eyes again on the mid lane. I think they're going to be able to do it though, because right now AP Bren's going to be forced back to their own base. Demon Kite also working on the bottom lane, so all minion waves will eventually be pushing in at the same time.
10-minute sync. Aurora have it figured out. There's 2 more tier 2 standing, mid and bottom, and AP Bren have to split their attention. Something's got to give here. I'm reckoning at least a couple Holy Shields are popping.
Well, see. Maybe even Aurora can pop all of them. They can pressure top and mid first and then go for bottom a little bit later on. That's 2. Oh, it looks like, yes, it looks like it's going to be 3. They pop all the Holy Shields.
There it is. So even the sub-objectives have gone. AP Bren are literally just holding on for dear life inside their base.
So that's the 3. Get 3 Holy Shields for Aurora. Edward continuing to get the Unleash the Beast, and I'm just excited on what else can Edward be picking, because so far the Unleash the Beast has been phenomenal. We've seen Edward zoning out 5 members by himself, but
that'll be it. You don't need anything else.
That's it. That's all the ingredients you need to get cooking.
Again, in the draft, I was saying Aurora would do very well with a Lucas on their side. They did it through cosplay, through a Valentina. And that's more than good enough, because after Unleash the Beast, he's already in close range. He can also deal like what? 1 quick or 2 quick bursts of magic damage before he eventually falls down. Maybe even maximize those dashes he has as a Valentina to get away. It's a fantastic pick. It's perfect.
You know, one thing to work, AP Bren needs to work on is the positioning, really, because prior to during the First Lord take, it seems like they were all separated, specifically Shizu wasn't in the picture when Edward was zoning them out. Fortunately, they were able to take down Edward, but they used up a lot of resources just to bring down a Valentina XP lane.
And that is according to plan for Aurora. They knew exactly what was going on, and AP Bren, they're still here thinking, was that efficient enough? Was that worth it? They can't even consider contesting for this Lord. Imagine what that feels like for James Panks, who, by the way, in Game 1, Demon Kite played one hell of a Suyo. Now here he is. He can't even split push. Look, top lane is slow pushing a fat, chubby red wave. Kick it out with a flicker.
There's the throw, plus the Frigid Glacier, but a killing spree coming in from Dominkai. They're trying to clap back by bringing down the Hitman, but there might be next on the chopping block. A beautiful ultimate coming in from Dominkai. Now James Panks already used up the Red Tea coming in from Demon Kite, working on you, but a stun! And a triple from the last Raider, the smiling demon, Demon Kite.
Curse of Crow's doing work, and because of that, I think this is where we say, that's it!
And that is it for the Northern Lights. A fast game to cap off our day number 1.
Another point eludes AP Bren as Aurora sweeps 2-0.
The promise looks near impossible to fulfill. But the promise that the Northern Lights went into this league with last season, shining brighter than ever. You're already playoff secured. You'd want to show the world that you are in a dominating spot by dominating a team still struggling to get wins.
It ain't about the streak, it's about consistency. And Aurora are proven just that. Series in, series out, week in, week out. AP Bren, a lot of work to do, definitely in their draft, in their execution, in their gameplay, their communications. A bow from the newest member of our franchise league.
Aurora literally brought their 200% in with this game. Game 1 was 10 minutes, Game 2 was 13 minutes. That's the run and gun style we expected from Team Falcons a while ago, but now Aurora is the one doing it.
Yeah, 13 minutes mainly because, hey, They tried a little something in the XP lane.
Yeah.
And AP Bren drafted a little better. So, you know, progression.
Yep. That Valentina pick, though, I'm pretty sure, can't blame them for not seeing that. No one saw that coming. That was crazy.
Yeah, we didn't expect it, but it happened, and the science is sound.
Yeah.
The logic is there, and you saw it.
You know what? At the very least, Dare might have expected it, considering that he was the last one to use that.
He did it. This is before Lucas was a thing. Yeah. So what was he stealing in the XP lane then?
I think it was also... I think that was the season where Akai was a big thing, so I think he was stealing Akai ults.
That and Valentina might have been relatively new then.
Yeah.
So she was just a broken hero that could steal ults. Let's go to the stage as we have our hosts, Hans and Odin, to talk to our series winners, Aurora Gaming MLBB, about their victory here tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, here are your winners, Aurora Gaming!
Wow!
Boys, congratulations. Again, ito na naman yon. Curious ako kasi playoff secured naman na sila, Odin.
Yes.
Pero, you know what? You ask it yourself.
Yan, Rene J, ngayon nga na nag-comeback win kayo, sabi mo, mas okay sa inyo yung ganito instead of sa playoffs pa kayo na natalo. So ngayon na nanalo kayo, ano ang naiisip nyo? Paano nyo na-address yung mga mistakes nyo dun sa pagkatalo nyo?
Nung talo po namin sa Onic, talagang nireview lang namin yung mga mali namin sa drops pati sa execution. So ngayon, namin siya, na-practice namin siya sa scrim, tas yun, ina-play lang namin sa tournament. Nag-success naman.
Sumakses ka talaga dun eh. Sumisigaw yung Auroras, no? Sumakses ka step by step, Rene J.
Oo nga.
Nabanggit mo nga na playoff secured na sila. Baka naman meron na kayong gustong makatapat.
Oo nga. TL PH, Onic, alin ba dun sa dalawa o kaya sa mga natitira pa?
Kahit sino eh.
Ay, parang ready sila.
Ready na kami sa lahat kasi parang kung sino din yung sa amin, itapat sa amin, talagang ibibigay lang namin best sa amin. Tsaka wala ganun talaga. Kung sino itadaan sa amin, yun na yun. Kaya good luck na lang kung sino makalaban.
Handa lang kung handa. No, you love to see it coming in from the captain. Demon, kahit since katabi mo naman na si Rene J, ikaw na rin ang tatanungin ko. You were a former rookie of the season para sa MPL Philippines and you went up against presumably yung front runner na si James Banks para sa season na ito. Is there anything that you wanna say to him, like words of motivation or kung saan ka nang galing dati? Ano ba masasabi mo sa laro ni James Banks?
Ang message ko kay James Banks, parang marami pa siyang may improve kasi rookie pa siya. Tsaka, dito parang future is bright para kay James Banks kasi malakas talaga siya.
Wow! Very supportive naman pala si Demon Kite.
Respect gets respect. And speaking of which, we're actually gonna showcase a bit more para sa ating mga fans. Kasi bali-balita ko, meron daw isa sa inyo, hindi nyo na binibenta to, magbibigay na kayo ng jersey.
Wow!
Tama ba?
Meron? Sino ba yung lagi nagtuturo dyan? Di
Oo
ba
nga,
si
Yue. Hello, Yue. Commissioner.
Wait lang.
Okay, go. Sorry, Yue, sorry.
Alam ko na agad kung sino.
Alam mo na kagad kung sino?
Yung katabi ko.
Yung katabi mo?
katabi
Kalad?
mo.
Hindi si Kalad. Okay, sino? Si Edward! Edward, ikaw ang nakatoka today. So, oras na yata para ibigay mo sa isang... Wait ulit?
Ang usapan lang hindi ako magmamodel, magbibigay lang jersey.
Bigay lang. O sige, bigay lang. Bigay. Pasado ka na.
Okay lang malinaw
Malinaw na. Mabuti na malinaw. Edward, kunin mo na. At sino ba ang bibigyan nating fan for today? Okay? Humanap na. Okay. Nasaan? Sinong bibigyan? Nasaan?
Lights within!
Okay, Edward. Kukunin ko muna yung mic from you, ha? Yan. Pakita mo naman muna yung jersey. Pakita mo yung jersey.
May
Ay, jersey ni Edward mismo. Okay. Lalakad ba tayo? Pwede tayong lumakad.
Let's go!
Ibabato mo na lang. Ikaw bahala. Anong gusto mong gawin?
Mamili ka. Sino ang...
Wait lang, nape-pressure si Edward. Ayan na!
Ay! Ang swerte! Ang swerte!
Ano sabi?
Ano?
Madaya nakatayo.
Okay! Next time, yung nakaupo, yung jacket naman daw.
Next time, strategy natin guys tayo tayo sa... Joke lang, huwag niyong gagawin yon. Okay? Huwag niyong gagawin yon. Yue, natapos na yung pamimigay ng jersey. Rekta na tayo sa promotion. Sino bang nakatoka ngayon?
Wait lang.
Wait ulit?
Meron
na
pa.
naman!
Ano yan? Uy,
Asan?
Rene
Si
J,
Rene
ikaw
J
daw.
naman!
Anong meron? Anong meron, Rene J?
Jay, ikaw na to. Pakitaan mo naman muna. Model ka muna bago mo mag-good luck. Pakitaan mo naman muna. Patingin ng jersey. Asa yung likod? Yeah.
Wow!
Tapos, saan pa ba namin makikita yung Aurora? Ano pa bang mga ganap?
Yan, nauna-una syempre, maraming salamat muna sa lahat ng mga pumunta sa venue. Kaya sa Aurora fans. Kasi sa KMC yan, sa mga online, pwede kayo manood, or sa offline, pwede rin kayo pumunta sa KMC. And yun sa yung jersey namin available na rin sa mga online shops namin sa Aurora page. And yung...
Ay, sigalat na lang kaya.
Tapos yung battle emote din namin, available na. Paano yun, Meng?
Meng, may tanong ako, Meng.
Paano yun, Meng?
Meng, ikaw naman. Ayan, tatanungin lang naman kita kasi meron tayong SBS Mobile Masters na malapit na.
Oo nga.
Meron ba kayong mensahe sa team ng Aurora from Turkey?
Englishin nyo na lang. Good luck. Galingan nyo. Ibawi nyo kami dyan. And Doming Kite wishes you the best of luck and make sure that you... Paano ba natin?
Get revenge for
coach?
them.
Revenge!
Alright!
Alright, we end it there. Once again, your winners, Aurora Gaming! Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. And with that sweep, you may now take your bow. Aurora still dominant. Panibagong linggo man to, Odin, hindi nagbago yung kanilang kumpiyansa.
Grabe ang performance na pinakita ng Aurora Gaming and they came back stronger dito sa match na to, Han.
And I am sure na marami ding masasabi ang ating mga casters. Kaya naman, casters, pasok!
Real quick for those non-Filipino speakers watching on this broadcast, they just talked a lot about their jersey.
Yeah. It was basically a flex off and selling their jersey.
They gave one away.
And throwing one jersey.
Buy it.
And Dominic Kite saying that it's not allowed to stand on the desk, on the chair.
It's a fine piece of kit. Great fabrics. Talking about our MVP tonight, closing off the series, is Demon Kite on that Hayabusa.
Smooth moves. I believe also one of the first Hayabusas this season. And for ever since the post-patch, Hayabusa's been undefeated, actually. He's now standing at 5-0 since the patch dropped in week 4. So that's the sleeper jungler pick that you have to watch out for. And a part of me is thinking it might rise in picks as teams might forego the Joy Suyo trade and make it a Suyo Hayabusa trade, considering the kinds of mid laners that are usually left on the map. And with teams wanting to go for a more aggro diving style, well, if you have one piece of your lineup that wants to stay a little bit more in the back, and this time it was the Aurora, who was like the soft, not an answer, but a soft deterrent, I guess, of the Hayabusa. But in this scenario, it wasn't. Demon Kite was just tearing through lineups, and he was not shy to use a shadow kill either to initiate or clean up.
And this was all the more made possible by how Aurora so easily scrambled AP Bren's positioning, more so in the latter parts of the 10-minute mark. Y'all see that whenever Edward would walk in, unleash the beast, they would just like run away. It's like, what do we do now?
Apart from the micro that Aurora displayed, it was actually the macro that stood out for me, because again, looking at how many turtles AP Bren secured, it seems like
all of them.
Yeah, 3 for AP Bren, but for Aurora, they always had something cooking for them. It's a matter of getting those split tower pushes or even trying to invade the jungle creeps of James Punks. There was always a play for Aurora.
And that's something, that play is usually of more value eventually for Aurora. So that's something that AP Bren have to practice here, that they have to develop, is better foresight, better big picture control of the game?
Yeah, they seem to really, especially for this one, want to really play around the idea of we see someone, we pick them, see what we can get from here, and then rinse and repeat. Not to say that they don't take care of the map or try the macro. They do try the macro. Unfortunately, the members of Aurora are also checking into that. They want to take care of a side lane. Look, there's 2 members or even just 1 member of Aurora there telling them you cannot get this easily. It's a trade across the map for this. You're going to have to spend resources, expensive ones, just to commit your play on this side of the map. So, yeah, they got to have a better foresight for the big picture, but also accept that if you can't get it, sometimes you don't need to force things.
This is a symptomatic of death ball strats gone wrong. You have to find a way to pivot. You can't just keep forcing the death ball, because if not, this is what happens. Our BPI Rich Guy is none other than Demon Guy, the same MVP, and of course, just awards all over the board here for Aurora Gaming.
It was a quick game, quick plays coming in from Demon Kite at any given moment, always continuously making things happen. Kind of reminds me of how King Kong was dominating in M6, wherein he always had something to do.
You know what? Is it just me, or this was, yes, a 30-minute game, but pacing-wise, it felt faster than game 1.
Yeah, it actually did felt fast.
Yeah, I think that was because of the fact that we were seeing a lot of things happen in multiple points of the map. Not necessarily always just like a fight or skirmish happening, but there's always something going on somewhere else. Whether it's a small split push, a small invade, take a little bit of farm from the opposing jungler, managing your minions. It was a constant clockwork motion for Aurora. While the times where AP Bren wanted to do that, again, they were just read by Aurora very well.
You know, if you looked at Edward, he was actually the sandbag of the game, considering that he's a Valentina XP lane. A couple of deaths there and then, but literally, he made the Valentina XP work so far.
Made the most of Unleash the Beast and all the perks it had come in. Again, he literally was just the better Lucas, despite having a different hero. Let's check out the mic check of that series.
Aurora. Lost. Patay. Nice! Walang dashing! Nice, boy. Tara ko, Aurora lang. Nagpapakita. Nice, Aurora, boys. Aurora lang natin. Aurora 1-1 yan. Aurora, wait lang ha, yung Lloyd half na. Try Lloyd na. Lloyd tayo, start natin. Hindi naman tayo. Nice, Warit, low. 4 seconds. Atas, takos. Kay, pabalo. Double sa mid. Double ba? Double. Maxit na yun. Maxit eh. Nice wide. Nice Jay. Nice boys. Hey, tower muna.
And that right there was the Infinix mic check, a peer or a hear behind the scenes as to what was going down for Aurora Gaming in those final moments. Did y'all gentlemen hear that? Where someone asked, should we Lord? Because I guess someone thought it was inedible.
Yep.
Is it just me, or did Dominkite sound like Super Marco? Because he wasn't talking the whole time, even the double kills pouring in. Dominkite was just silent the whole time.
Too clever tonight, huh?
Yeah. Clever one, you.
You know what? Let's say hi to Christine Dale, translating roughly. Hopefully, the next time I go to the MPL venue, I'm the one who receives a jersey from Aurora. Congrats, Aurora!
Well, the first step is to buy a ticket. The second step is to make sure Aurora wins. The third step is to step on the chair.
Don't do that. Don't do that last part.
Don't do that last part, guys.
Dominic, I don't like that.
Don't do that.
Folks, MLBB Win Big sa Tag-Init is underway. Whose team do you want to see win it all? Are you Team Fuego or Team Trippings? Trippings just released its content, so go watch it now.
Support your favorite content creators and vote for their video entries in the official TikTok page of MPL Philippines.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
Who are you? Are you Team Trippings or Team Fuego? You know, I'm going to say it now. Team Fuego. I'm Team Fuego.
I'm Team Fuego all the way.
Yeah, that's my cousin, so of course I'm Team Fuego.
Wow!
What up, cuz?
I never thought we would be so unanimous.
What up, Oosh?
Team Trippings, despite being the current release video, you are outnumbered, son.
Did you see that bait?
It was good.
Oh,
yeah,
that was good.
Cool, you know, back in the day, they called me and
Fuego.
Me and Fuego the Abusos.
The Abusos?
Yeah, because we got no abs. but we beat everyone up in game. Proud of your success, cousin.
I'll allow it. I'll allow it. So once again, with that series win, we have to refresh our Infinix standings. Check in on where our teams are. I think this does put Aurora, that's right, top of the food chain, number 1 at 9 points.
They are indeed ahead with one more match played up against TLPH. Again, things might change coming into week number 6 here. We're just in day number 1, but one thing for sure is Onic finally secured their playoff spot.
Playoff teams are secured, but no one's yet fully locked in their final slot. So for the race to top 2, still active amongst those 4 teams.
And just the same, no one is completely eliminated yet. So despite the sweeping loss for AP Bren, they're not out just yet. They could still qualify. So James Mack's promise, still pending.
Maybe, just maybe, a dramatic way to finish off this season is the team getting that very final slot in the playoffs. Considering there's a very heavy 3-way tie between Omega, AP Bren, and Twisted Minds, maybe that might just happen. And again, we're not counting out the possibility that what if Falcon maybe somehow slips, TNC somehow maybe slips.
The Birds?
The Birds?
No, they're on fire. And Falcons looks like they want to go on another world tour.
Imagine they only need one more point to secure a slot.
And they miss out tonight?
And if they miss out, oh my God.
Here's our Week 6 Day 1 standings for Fansiklaban. This is a chance for super fans who come to the arena to enjoy using the MPL official tournament phone, Infinix phones, the same ones that our athletes are using on stage. They play against other super fans, and currently the Mines are number 1.
Yeah, it's a reverse of our table in the league.
Literally.
With the teams struggling, their fan bases are performing very well in the fan tournament, while you have Aurora, Sonics, Green Falcons, and Cavalry on the lower half of Phoenix. They're not in 5, but 4 is good enough.
You know, I know some people who participate in the Fansiklaban that are honestly more excited or anticipating the Fansiklaban matches, specifically the ones from the Beast, because again, they're really dominating so far with the 6-3 standing.
I mean, that's the best way to enjoy MPL Philippines, right? Be part of the festivities.
Yeah.
Be part of our weekly and daily events happening here at Green Sun Hotel in Makati City. It's been an awesome time, really. Time flies by when you're having fun, and tonight was brief, but just the same, I enjoyed. Did you?
I honestly enjoyed. I mean, my opinions about Kalia really changed. And at the same time, I'm going to start learning how to use Kalea.
I'm proud of you.
I'm proud. I'm owning up to my mistakes.
There we go. You build it with support
I
emblem.
kinda
You go for cooldown
Okay,
reduction.
got it.
All right, then you get flicker.
I think it's just me.
If you're very brave, you go for revitalize. If you believe you can survive and outlive anything.
But please, if ever someone, or if I go solo queue and someone plays the roam Kalia, please don't go second item fleeting time, because we're not that too confident, guys. No.
It's a very specific
That's just
move.
brusco.
It's a very specific move.
Yeah.
On behalf of Jose Ingan and Renmar Santa Cruz, who's still figuring out what 3 means, my name is Leo at your service. We'll see you tomorrow right here at the MPL Arena. Let's throw it over to our hosts on stage.
Unang araw pa lang ng Week 6, pero grabe Odin, ang intense na ng mga nakita nating laban.
Tama ka dyan, Hans. At syempre, 200% talaga ang lakas na pinapakita ng ating mga teams, lalo na we're getting closer and closer to the playoffs.
Alam mo, kanina nakita natin yan with the second series as Aurora Gaming got a sweep over AP Bren at nakuha nila yung momentum. Still in form ang ating mga Roras.
Pero grabe, Hansa, wala pang playoffs. Feel ko may nag-champion na agad today.
Isipin mo, gusto lang naman mag-ML ng sobrang daming mga tao. But hey, kidding aside, it is still a win for Onic Philippines dahil playoff secured na ang Sonics, and especially for Coach Wynot as well dahil siya ay ang newly engaged player ng ating MPL community.
Congratulations, Coach Wynot. Alam mo, sobrang saya ko talaga. Alam kong sobrang saya din ng ating MLBB community na kasama tayo sa milestone yan to.
You know, and we are looking for more of those milestones na mangyayari sa mga susunod na linggo. Muli, ako si Hans Galeria.
And this is your very own Odin.
It is still gonna be game on dito lamang sa MPL Philippines Season 15. Super Fan Saturday din bukas ha. Kaya sama-sama tayo ulit para tunghayan ang Lakas ng Pinas. Kita-kits bukas!
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors:
Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera. HP Racing may reseta. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas. Tagumpay natin ito. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang lalas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang lalas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa